Good day, folks. How are you doing? How's everyone feeling? What month is it again? I don't mean like what the name of the month is. I mean, how long have we been doing this? How long since everything changed? When did the apocalypse happen? When do we go back? I don't know. I don't think we go back at this point. I think it's all different from here on out. On that note, though, I hope you're having a good day. I know I am. I'm actually feeling like I'm still sick, but you'll hear it in my voice. I will undoubtedly have multiple coughing fits and sneezing attacks during the stream. But overall, yeah, I'm actually feeling okay. And again, to be clear, this is Pfizer, 2 shots, vaccinated, so COVID isn't the thing it could be otherwise. Even so, we'll talk about the even so in a bit. Let's kind of get things organized here. Tempted as I am to leave the music going, I'm not actually going to. I really like this that I found. I've been looking up these copyright-free music things on YouTube, and I haven't really. I feel like the people who post these deserve a little bit of a push, even though I have very little room to push with my channel here. Hey, every little bit helps. So let me head over. Oh, I tell you what, instead of staring at the wall, let me hop over here. And I'm going to just jump out for a moment and put something in the chat. That I'll put the link to the source for that music in the chat, because I think that would be good. I think from here on out, I'm going to try to remember to post the link to the music in the announcement. Oh, speaking of which, I didn't actually do the social thing. Let me do that really quick, too. Love the Stream Deck thing where it's all set up. You just push a button and it does the post to Twitter. And anyway, it's really cool. So I'm going to go ahead and try the Restream chat. It's been acting kind of fussy lately. If you say something to me and I don't answer, it's very likely that I'm just not seeing it, because I can't keep chat windows for absolutely everything open at all times. I really rely on Restream, and unfortunately, it's been breaking lately. Which reminds me, I just need to get, they have a Facebook group. I need to get on there and say, I'm having troubles. What are you doing? What's going on? For the moment, though, do the opening, spell it correctly, opening / intermission / I'll just do intro outro. This is why it's taken me like years and years to write a novel. There we go. So you'll see it there on screen. Anyone who's actually, seeing it in chat will see that. All right. I guess we'll go ahead and try to leave that window going here. And there's one. I don't know. Should I set up a cough counter? Windows is not playing nice. There we go. You're probably getting a lot of skipping because this is new. Fallout, when you are not looking at Fallout as the active window, it starts dropping frames like mad. It just... Yeah, there we go. Right on cue. You can see there's that skipping and stuttering. I'm very sorry. And now I hop back in. Everything's good. So let's get the day going. Doing the daily grind again. I mean, this is what Fallout is. We collect lead, we collect steel, we go to events, we cash stuff in for other stuff. What's it building to? Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I want to get to where I can build a bigger camp, so I'm looking forward to Fallout Worlds, September 8th. That is coming online. So some creative stuff there. And then I guess from there, the next thing is like, okay, cool, you've got a bigger camp. You're all alone. Who do I invite to the server? Because the other people I know who play Fallout are either having issues with their Fallout installation or on a different platform. So always looking for new games. Playing this one kind of by default, I think. And I don't need that. I actually need to go to armor. We'll get geared up here. Put on the Under Armour, of course. Then goes all the Secret Service pieces, which look like nothing, because I'm wearing a bathing suit. Never mind. I was going to make a point of, like, if I take that off. Yeah, there you go. Like, there's my armor. And then, of course, I'll just put on a blouse. And poof, it hides all the armor. Don't get me wrong. I'm not actually complaining. I'm glad they let you do that. I'm glad for that little cheat. Because I'd rather be able to, you know, rather show off the outfits than the armor itself. Alright, I don't think we need to do anything here. I've got all the food I need and everything. I actually am a little hungry. Let's go ahead and do a Deathclaw steak and some grilled hermit crab just because. Do I have any beer or anything? Because, you know, A, who doesn't want that for breakfast? And B, they have a goal where they want you to drink a lot in the game. And I've almost met my alcohol quotient for the week. Alright. Instead of going upstairs, everything upstairs should be fine. Like, I took care of everything before I quit yesterday. Man, so at the start of yesterday's stream, I was talking about how it's a little bit dangerous to play this game, or frankly any game, when you're not feeling well, like I am, because you can very easily, what is that? Oh, protest march. You can very easily get into this spot where you think you're fine, but your attention on the game is really just masking the fact that you are crashing, you know? And I was talking about how, I better watch out for BattleBot. I've never heard of that one. Better watch out for that. Don't want to do that. And of course, that's exactly what I did. I played for 3.5 or 4 hours, stopped, and all the last 3 hours of misery came rushing in, and I just had to go flop. On the other hand, I watched like 4 hours of Ghibli movies yesterday, which things I've been meaning to catch up on and just haven't found the time. 2 really, really good ones, neither of which is ever that I see that's quoted among Ghibli's more popular stuff. But both of which were just classic Ghibli in terms of beautiful character studies, attention to human detail, beautiful settings and illustrations, very, very different visually. One of them was from the early 90s called something Only Yesterday. That's what it's called. Let me get somewhere and then I'll keep talking. I'm looking around for some worthy event and I'm just not seeing anything. So, alright, well, we already did that yesterday. Oh, thank you kindly. And yeah, so the caps keep going up because, like yesterday, let's do that. I'll go bundle up some more oil and sell it off. Got nothing better to do right now. But anyway, so yeah, Only Yesterday is a slice of life. It's a character study. It's like film equivalent of literature. It's beautiful. You should watch it. It takes place in the early 80s. It was released, I think, in the early 90s. It is very sparse. Like, you know, when you think of Ghibli and you think about these like rich palettes and detailed backgrounds, this is minimalistic compared to a lot of other Ghibli films. A lot of negative space in the presentation. Do I have anything I can sell here? Let's see. Not if it's going to act that way. Try again. I probably do in my stash. I will go check that out. It's a really simple story. It's a young woman who is going back to the country, and the trip prompts all these memories of her childhood. And so you're watching 2 different time frames throughout the film. You're watching her basically when she was in the 5th grade and a bunch of life stuff she went through, and you're also watching her as an adult going back to the country. And again, their attention to detail in landscape and ways of life and people's behaviors are just, if you're into Ghibli films at all, it's absolutely worth it. My daughter pointed out it is 100% on the tomato meter. Can't beat that. It is on. I watched it on HBO, which is a little unfortunate because someone tweeted this recently, and it's exactly right. I wish I could quote the person or quote their name, but they're like, the HBO app acts like it's angry that you're using it, and that is like a perfect summary. It is the worst thing to try to use. So, but beyond that, yeah, they have a bunch of Ghibli stuff on there, including the less common stuff, like the one I just mentioned. So, yeah, definitely worth going and checking out. The other one was called When Marnie Was There. Also, really, really good. That one I've been waiting to see for where am I? I'm on the other end of the building. I totally turned myself around there. Weird. Anyway, When Marnie Was There is a kind of a ghost story. It's not. It's a brilliant example of how ghost stories shouldn't always be about horror or fear. Ghost stories have an opportunity to be really, really emotional things, and this is that. This is a really good emotional ghost story. It's about a Japanese girl who has blue eyes, which, I don't know, it's kind of pointed out in the film, but you might not pick up on it right away, but that's kind of an unusual thing. And it's, she has asthma. She's living with someone who isn't her blood relative. They don't explain. It's one of the things about the film is that they don't explain her living situation right away. They don't do this dump about, okay, here's what happened, and here's her like past experience, and here's her life story, and da-da-da. Okay, here we are, now go. No, the whole point is that you kind of discover this as you go along through the film. And so, yeah, she has asthma. She's had a bad attack. She's struggling socially. She's self-isolating from other, she's just being very, very alone. You can tell she has self-image, self-hatred issues. And she goes out to live in this marshy coastland with some people who, again, are ostensibly connected to her. And what happens next is best left to the film. She becomes interested in this abandoned house out along the marsh, out along the coast, and investigates, and then things happen. But again, really, really good. Oh, no, I don't want to actually put that in there. I forgot. Let's not do that. Okay, so actually that's all I need to do there. Now we're going to bundle up. Ooh, I wonder if I don't think duping will work on the bundling, but I'm going to try anyway. We'll make a couple changes here. We'll do super duper there. Excuse me. No, it's not intelligence. Leave gunsmith on there. Over here, though, we'll take off suppressor and put on hard bargain so that we get a little bit more money for what I sell. Let's craft. Bulk. So I don't know what's more valuable. Why don't we do like one thing each time? And we'll just start the list. Top of the list here. So bulk acid. Let's do 20. Okay. You can tell from the experience meter I just leveled up yesterday, so it's going to take a while to level up again. That's okay.
Ready to exchange items.
Okay. Oh, not very much at all. Okay, well, I'll still go ahead and sell that. Let's do another one. Yeah, I got just about 1,000 caps yesterday for the oil that I sold. I want to see something real quick. Where is, oh, phantom device. That's right. Okay. Adhesive. Do I really want to sell any adhesive? Yes. We'll just do 10, though. No duping. I'm guessing I'm not ever gonna. It'd be awesome if you could like bulk stuff up, bundle it up, and have it dupe at the same time.
Displaying current stock.
That should totally be a thing. Get rich quick scheme. So not nearly as much as I thought it would be. We'll go ahead and sell that too. Next. I know I could do more than one at a time, but basically I don't want to bundle up any more than I absolutely know I'm going to sell. So, aluminum. Yeah, we got plenty. Let's see what we got here. We'll do another 10.
Ready to initiate trading.
Whoops. Boy, yeah, I'm just not seeing. How much did I sell yesterday that I got so much? I actually sell 100 instead of 10. I can't remember.
How can I today?
Let's try the oil for a comparison and just do 10 of that. Yeah, I've still got plenty. I can... Yeah, maybe I sold 100 instead. Maybe that was a deal. I thought it was going in 10s.
Ready to exchange items.
Yeah, I sold 100. That's why it worked so well. Okay. All right. So based on that, then, since I got 190 there, yeah. So some of the other things I was selling actually were worth more than the oil, which frankly makes more sense. No, not ammo. Excuse me. Bulk. Like I really don't. 1,000? Yeah, I can do 100. Woo! Wait, no, I can't. Oh yeah, don't do. Hell, I don't know. I don't know what I did, honestly. How much oil do I have? 1,400 left. Okay, well. What else can we do? Not doing steel. Steel's too hard to hang on to. Springs. So I can create a total of 120. So we'll do about 40. We'll do about a third of my stock. Probably going to regret that as soon as I have to start fixing guns.
To initiate trading.
Then does it? Yeah, it just shows up right there. Oh, now he doesn't have enough. We'll say cancel. Do that and do what? 20? Yeah. There we go. Well, so we kind of emptied out his cash for the day, and that works. That's good. Let's do another quick test. I want to see if I go to another vendor, are they all part of the same system or are they independent? I can't remember. I'm sure I figured this out before, but let's go to a different one. Try to sell some more stuff and see what happens. I'm out of tea again. How did that happen? Hello, sir.
Trading for supplies and
Yes.
mission and gear.
He has 60 caps. They're all part of the same system. They somehow teleport the caps from store to store. So I've now emptied out the entire wasteland supply of caps at these vending machines. Boo. But yeah, that'll be another good sort of a daily thing. bundle up some material, go sell it off, empty out their caps, build up a good stock of caps, and then actually, so, I mean, I'm going to keep earning the bullion from the events that I'm doing. But at the same time, a good place for a tent. I would totally put a tent right here. Not with trains actually running, but, you know. There we go. Now I can't get around it. Not that I need to, I guess. What? Oh, hey, guy. $94 experience for those little turkeys. So, yeah, it is still, like, high experience day. Double experience. I don't know what to call it. My brain. So, yeah, COVID symptoms. Last night was probably the worst night yet. I was wondering at one point if I need to actually, just based on the numbers, not based on how I felt, that too, a little bit, if I need to maybe call the doctor and start making plans. Because my oxygen dropped below 93 for the first time. So I was able to treat it with inhalers. But again, so I was not, at the time, I was not like coughing up a storm. I think, again, I'm saying this because I think a lot of people miss this. The COVID thing isn't, here, just a moment. The COVID thing isn't just about, you know, like having a cough and feeling like you're out of breath. Your oxygen levels can drop without you really noticing right away that there's a problem. You know, it does something, and I'm not going to try to explain what. I'm not going to try to play any kind of medical, never mind medical expert. I'm not even going to pretend to be an overly informed medical person. I just you can go look it up. It somehow affects your body's ability to retain, hold, utilize oxygen. Let's see. Just a moment, please. I'm actually looking for, I want to make sure I'm seeing chat stuff. So I am trying to get a Twitch chat window popped out, because that's where a lot of the comments come from. YouTube, less so. I mean, that's not true. When Blue Banana was watching a while back, they were watching pretty regularly. A lot of comments coming from there, too. There's that. Then we say pop out. And there's my chat window. Part 2. Move that over there. Thanks for your patience. Okay. So anyway, yeah, I wasn't feeling like wheezy. But what I was feeling was I could feel my heartbeat in my teeth. You know, it's like, it feels different than you might expect. Like I said, though, I was able to just use my regular preventative and emergency inhalers and was able to deal with it. But felt that way. Like, that happened after a day of, aside from making myself over fatigued. Hello?
I just need to rest my eyes for a bit.
Oh, no, I'm not talking to you. Yeah, otherwise feeling mostly okay. Loose cough, you know, my chest hasn't been real tight or anything. So, if you have it, do check your oxygen levels. Keep an eye on things. Watch out.
Something's near. Who goes there?
The turret's trying to figure out what to do.
What a shame! I found
No one wants to die like that. Nah, I don't want to carry around all the stuff. What about you? You should have some good ammo. Yeah, there we go. Huh, yeah, I've never run into them before. Scorch, too? This neck of the woods is different than it used to be. Been a long time since I've had reason to come over here. What's this? Ooh. Nope. So today, later, is probably going to be more Ghibli movies. There's still some on there. I've never seen Pompoko. I've heard it's one of their sort of weirder, more nonsensical ones, which for them is saying something. Not that I want to be careful. Not that they're nonsensical, just that they can take turns. Flights of fancy that you don't see in other films, right? They have their own sort of logic. It's a consistent logic, but they do their own thing. Come on. There we go. Had to get just a little bit ahead of his noggin. I like that showbiz pose they do when they're walking back the other way. They kind of do the ta-da and they stroll along. Come on. Should have stayed down. Yeah, since I walked over here, I may as well go and we'll find the overseer's house, and I can pick up the daily photo mission. I don't want to do the lake today, so I'm actually going to go ahead and do photos up at the crater instead of foundation. I think that'll just be better. No. Excuse me. Just move out of the way here. There you are. Anyone else? Actually did some writing last night. I've created a little bit of a fort on the couch. Which is... so here's the thing. Let's finish one thought at a time. I've created a little bit of a setup on the couch where I've got my new little keyboard, which I can wire up to my phone to do writing. I've got a thing to my phone that shares the file. You know, basically it's a cloud Google Docs thing, whatever. But anyway, so it synchronizes the files I'm working on between my phone and my PC. So I can write in either place and it all just stays up to date. You have to kick Doodle in the ass every once in a while to get it to do it, but... because nothing just works anymore. But anyway, got some fairly decent writing done. Working things out. So watching... I'm trying to get better about this. I go back. I don't know if this is a thing or not. When I listen to myself talking on the stream, I will get 5 ideas at a time and deliver half of all of them. Here's an idea, and about this, and then I'll almost get to the point, and then here's the point, and hey, you know this other thing, blah 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 blah. And, oh, jeez, guy, what are you like? What are you doing, me? Finish a sentence. And then finish a thought. And then move on to the next thought. I wrote on the prologue last night. It was good. Getting past the block that I've had by figuring out certain details in the story. Here's how story writing usually goes. Whoop. Again. There we go. Ooh, good one. They're done. They happen to come running out? No? I'll start with an idea. Like, here's what happens in this scene. And I'll write that thing. And then, in providing context for that thing, because you don't just go and drop it out in the middle of everything. You have to kind of set it up like so that people understand, wait, where am I? Who is this? What's going on? Why does this matter? Help me understand here. And in writing that bit, I'll come across more ideas. But the more ideas are a little bit less formed than the thing that made me start writing that chapter. And so I don't even know what that's really creepy looking to me for some... What the... Okay. I don't even know what's going on yet, right? So here come these new ideas, and they have new sub-ideas, and things that are kind of hidden from me, too. And I've got to figure out, wait a minute, why am I writing about that? Why does that matter? And the process continues. There's agony and frustration and self-doubt in between. As I'm trying to figure out, wait a minute, why does any of this matter? Where was I going originally? What's going on? And then eventually, after writing way too much, not way too much, just way more than I had originally intended, I get to where I go, oh, there's the idea sitting inside the fuller story. And that fuller story will generally include even more stuff that doesn't even go on the page. It's just the stuff that I've got to kind of keep in mind so I can write coherently about the things that I actually want on the page that the reader needs to know about. But I'm telling you, the process of getting to that more complete story, it really is painful. It's painful and time-consuming, and I can't seem to learn the lesson that that's going to be the case, and that the best way through it is to write in volume. Just keep writing. Don't stop writing. Write. Which I do, but it's easy to get caught up in one little bit and go, no, I need to get the wording right just here. I need to take this and figure out. And this is exactly the advice that you may have heard me on this very stream talked about how, I can't really do that. I have to focus on the language in that too. And the thing is, that is still true. I will still actually hold to that. The difference here is scale. A lot of people will advocate writing the entire novel and then going back and doing this. And I'm like, no. I do that, or it seems that I do that, but at a chapter level. I'll probably prove myself wrong about that too, but that's frankly the process of learning how to write. That's what you go through. I think that's true for any sort of creative thing you do. You come as a noob, but you very adamantly say, this is what I have to do this. This is my method. It's how I have to work. And then you work through it, and eventually you arrive at some place that's still your own version, but incorporates a lot of the stuff everyone's been trying to tell you that you couldn't just hear and act on. You had to go and kind of suffer through it yourself and learn it deeply so that now you have this intuitive sense of it. Last night, I figured out that the thrust of the chapter I'm working on... Whoops, the jump button failed. I hate the jump button in this game. It's mushy and unresponsive, and if your toes are touching anything, she doesn't jump. It's stupid. I hate it. But anyway, let's fix that broken leg with a shot. So the story started out, the very first part of this book that I ever wrote was a little bit of the prologue where it's talked about how the main character had developed this little sort of a quirky turn of phrase in his mind that had to do with the first day that he met this girl at the time who would eventually become his wife. And how it was a weird sort of nonsensical little thing that I'm not going to quote here. It just had to do with her name and when they met and this, and it kind of got stuck in his head, and he liked it. And he knew it wasn't really like as clever or anything as he wanted it to be, but he liked it anyway. And then the prologue kind of goes from how this thing became a fixture in his head, and it became associated with his earliest memories of her. And then years later, long after she had passed, after all his memories of her had fallen away, fallen beneath the veil, this doorway to those memories, the door remained, and he sought daily solace at its threshold. So it goes from this, it's a quirky little phrase that he used, to something that connects to his later life where he can't remember this person that he loved dearly, and he uses this phrase to sort of console himself. There's an in-between part where I wanted to give a little bit of a snapshot of their middle life. And that has been really, really difficult because the transition from him remembering this little quirky thing to presenting this scene has felt kind of broken. They felt disjointed. Like, they're both good on their own. I've been pretty happy with the way they're written, but they don't connect. And so what happened last night was finally the broader, this is why we hear about the phrase, this is why he remembered it on this particular night. It's connected to, while it doesn't say openly that she's going to pass away, it suggests it in numerous ways. There's a little bit in the middle that shows some of the weird stuff that can happen in the story, because she's not, there's, just a moment. Okay. Basically, in this scene, she ends up biting him, not just for kicks or whatever, but it has to do with sort of their connection to one another. And then we hear about how years later this thing kind of worked its way into his brain and how he used it to try to remember her. And so, but that simple little thing of why would he be thinking about this thing? It's just a little turn of phrase. Like, is that really interesting to write about? And the way I'm presenting it here, maybe not. But on the page, it works. On the page, it actually, the way it's presented, I think it works really well. And I've gotten good feedback on it. But the reason he was thinking about it in this particular night, where we then get to see them as a couple later on in the story, we get all these signs that he was afraid of something that was coming, that he loved her, and that it was associated with, he was afraid of something that was potentially going to happen to or with her. Yeah, we did a lot. It strikes an emotional sort of a tone. It's not like emotional catharsis. There's no need, and it would be really, really difficult to present this really emotional, like you're already bought in and you feel a little sad or weepy or whatever because of what you just read, right there in the opening bits. Gun, do you have issues? That's sometimes, I'm telling you, it's busted. It like chooses an offset, like chooses where they were 5 seconds ago and like locks down to that and doesn't actually track what you're trying to shoot. Yeah, so last night, it was just a simple matter of figuring out that it was this thing that she was wearing that was something she wore all the time when they were younger. It was connected to the night that they met, that he didn't really realize it, but that prompted him to start thinking about it again. But also that for reasons that aren't explained, he had hidden it. He had actually taken it with some other things and hidden it away. And how he makes a little mental note to himself that he has to let her kind of wear it out again until she maybe finally sets it aside, and then he'll put it away again for safekeeping. So there's connective tissue there now. There are reasons for doing the things that happen in the chapter. It does the work it needs to do. There are natural transitions. So now it's a matter of, I've got sort of the beats, the necessities of the chapter. Now it's time to go through and fill in the sensory detail and other bits that turn it into an actual readable chapter. And I've got some of that. I just need to fill in the parts that are missing. But yeah, so watching the Ghibli films last night, I noticed that there's a very similar technique that they seem to use. Whether they really do or not doesn't matter. I don't know. I'd love to ask some of the people who worked on these films if they actually do this. But the stories themselves are really simple. They're simple human stories. People going through certain times of their lives, experiencing things that humans do in a profound and individual way that shows, prompts character change and growth. But when you look at their films, like they'll take these simple ideas and they stretch it out into a 2-hour film, an interesting, beautiful 2-hour film. And they do that partially by the way that they fill in those details. All these things that if you ever watch any little like documentaries on Ghibli, you may have seen, they'll point out that in Spirited Away, Sen, when she goes down to get her shoes from the steam room, from the boiler room, she puts on her shoes and does it a certain way, and then as she stands up, she kind of taps her toes against the floor before she goes on. There are things that in a lot of animation would get overlooked entirely. You just wouldn't see them. They do such awesome, intense, detailed human behavior studies for these films that there's a million and one of these little touches that are how people... Oh, okay. They're how people actually behave that, like, our brain tunes into, picks up on. And that one thing isn't going to do it, but that and a million other things that are in the details in the background and the foreground and behaviorally and in dialogue, facial expressions that bring you into the film. I've talked before about how, like, I see my job in writing the chapter. It isn't just to present the facts of the chapter, kind of like I very roughly did just now. It's to make you feel it. It's to establish this emotional carrier wave, so that when I tell you something that might, in another context, be, trivial, whatever, you are experiencing it in a more human way. That's the goal. That's what really good writers do, is without you noticing, without making it overt, without beating you over the head with overbaked metaphors and analogies and whatnot, without, this, like, extreme... A lot of people will go to, they'll try to, like, bring you into the story through what they consider to be some kind of consequential action. Bigger explosions, stronger punches, bigger bad guys. I don't know about no one. I'm tempted to say no one really cares. I'll say instead that really doesn't connect. It might be fun in a light sort of way to see it on screen. But it's not why people go back and back and back to certain stories. Because it's always easy to imagine a stronger punch, a bigger explosion, there's no consequence. It doesn't connect to us. I saw a thing recently that was talking about My Hero, Boku no Hero Academia, whatever. My Hero Academia. And it made a really good point about Deku. That it's not that he gets... And this is no spoiler if you know the story. This is a really basic thing. But it's not that he gets All Might's power that's amazing. Although that's exciting in a surface way. And those sorts of things are fine. It's not that they're bad. It's just that they're insufficient on their own. So he gets all this power. But the thing that makes us feel it is the fact that the power breaks him. Whenever he tries to use it, that he routinely goes too far. And it has serious lasting consequence, right? So so that's not even it. It's not even necessarily the pain that he experiences in doing this. What ends up being the payoff is the fact that he knows it's going to do that. And this is a point that I don't think they made fully. To me, it's sort of the main thing. When you see him using it in defense of a friend or something important, or in pursuit of the ideal of being a hero, and you know that he's making a sacrifice, that he is giving up something, he is risking himself, he is knowingly bringing himself low to do this, now you start to feel it. It's not just bigger punch. It's not just, like gory or more extreme consequence. It's a human decision. So this first chapter, the thing that used to be called, it's not going to be called a prologue now. More about that in a minute, I guess. But this prologue I'm working on is meant to start setting up that emotional baseline that I've been talking about. Here are the people you'll meet. And it's not really a spoiler that the title character in the thing passes away at some point. You don't know if it's going to happen in the story. You don't know why. the thing that's going to create tension later in the story is that you know something about this. And you're watching someone who is falling in love with her without really knowing it. Falling in love with her in a more mature sort of way, too. Not in the way that he starts out, where he's very selfish and he's self-serving and surface level and thinks he knows things and, of course, doesn't. And through various experiences come to a deeper understanding of what it means to really love someone, the consequence of loving someone in a world where, pain and suffering and death exist. How's that for lighthearted? But the very real consequences of these things. And so you're watching this guy going through this transformation, and he is not cluing into the fact that something's wrong because he is focused on himself and what he wants and his own feelings. And so if I can create some sense of affinity for this character, if you can like him or feel associated with him at all, and then you're watching him build up to something that's going to cause him suffering, something that's going to disappoint and hurt and confuse him, that's where some of the tension comes from. It's not, oh, surprise, this one other character, her lifespan is somehow limited. There's a problem there. That's not the surprise. We get, my job is to present that in such a way that you see it throughout the story. You can see it building. You get more and more certainty that something is wrong. So that that you also see then that he does not know, that he is falling very much in love with her, coming to a better, more mature understanding of people. And right when he thinks that I've got this worked out and I'm going to do the right thing, he finds this out, and it's hurt and it's painful in itself. But it is also a realization of one of the things that he's been the most trying to avoid throughout the story. Been operating under this naive belief that somehow love will insulate you from the bad things that happen in life. It's not true. It actually makes you a lot more susceptible to them. So anyway, that's what's going on with writing. And I'm going to tell you, I'll just say out loud, I'm actually a lot happier with that writing update than any of the other ones I've given. That feels pretty spot on. Oh, I was just about to ask if that was Graham, maybe, but I'm hoping it wasn't. Oh, hey. Hey, Maddie McGee. Thank you for the follow. So, yeah. Full disclaimer, Maddie McGee is actually my daughter. She's just recently started following some other folks on Twitch. And she followed my account. I said, you know what you should do? You should wait till I'm live and then go and follow me then. Because then we both get to see the fun little, the Azumanga Daioh animation. Hi, Maddie. Glad to have you here. So anyway, yeah, so that's why the prologue has to start suggesting that something's wrong right away. It has to set the emotional tone. It has to tell the reader, this isn't a things are mysterious and it's, most, okay, there, I'm interrupting my own ideas again. It doesn't tell you any of those things. It tells you this is meant to be an emotional story that breaks some of reality's rules, but does so in the pursuit of a deeper emotional experience. Somber, but true and beautiful, I hope. Like, that's the goal. I'm not saying that's what it does. If I am successful, that's what the story will do. That's what it'll be. I can hope. Just keep working at it. But yeah, I think there's something that, I'd like to think that if I do what I think I'm doing, by the end, it'll also say something important about the nature of why some people believe what they do about death and the afterlife. I'm going to have fun with that one, I'm telling you. A rad roach. How do I target that thing from out here? Can I see it? If I look, I can. Hold on. Got it. Hey, Grandpa. Go lie back down. Get your meds. Oh, hey. I've never actually seen that work. So I've got some of my armor will actually inflict freeze damage if on melee attacks. I've never seen it kill someone who's attacking me. That's kind of fun. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how people respond to... This is the part I haven't shared with anyone yet. In that first part, the thing where she bites him. Like, it's a weird idea, but it's intentionally different. You know, where he's sitting there and he's watching her and he's feeling stressed out about something kind of in specific. And yeah, that phrase that he made up about her is churning through his head, and he doesn't like it. He can't figure out why it's in his head, and he's sort of obsessing about it again. And then he kind of realizes why, and it leads to the scene where there's a nothing too much. Let's just say that. But there's a moment of intimacy between them, and then yeah, she bites him. And in biting him, the description that follows suggests that she's not just biting him, that there's something else going on. That it somehow connects them in a deeper way. But anyway, yeah, the point is that I think the idea of anyone biting someone else in a story where, you know, weird things can happen, people are going to think, oh, she's a vampire, or there's vampirism. And so I'm trying to do things in the story that rule that out, or that at least challenge that. Like, she doesn't bite him on the neck. There's no drinking of blood. There's nothing like that. She does have, you know, fangs. She does have teeth. It is a thing where, you know, she actually, like, bites into him. But she's not a vampire. And I need to make that really clear. So, yeah, two things there that I'll be curious to see is how people respond to the idea at all. Do they feel like it works on the page? And me describing it is never a good qualifier for whether or not you put something on the page and you support it properly, and it's going to come off very differently than a casual conversation where you try to describe to someone, like, here's the thing I'm doing. Here's the short version. I think you can get under there somehow. Oop, I'm stuck in the bush. Is it around here? There we go. But yeah, I'll be curious to see how people respond. But yeah, so do they buy it at all? But also, are they, like, because of our culture, because of the prevalence of vampire stories overall, are they going to be just too predisposed? Sittleman is here. Okay. Are they going to be too predisposed to think that she's still some kind of vampire? Now, here's the thing, though. It gets worse. Because a lot of her traits, the things that, as we learn about her character, they come from vampire lore. She's not. Like, I gotta say again, she isn't. Here's the thing. When you start looking into folklore, the things that we have distilled down into the stories that end up, like, on the screen, big or small, the things that we watch on TV and in film, those are very modern, shall we say, minimized versions of the stories that from which they originated. I guess you can't get in there. Well, where's the little guy? I can hear beeping and squawking. Where is he? Do you have to get up on the roof or something? I'm not going to worry about it. Let's just go over to the tower. Let's see what's up over there. So when I started doing, originally, I'll admit, this was going to be a vampire story. It was going to be that the seed of the story came while I was reading Neil Gaiman's Ocean at the End of the Lane. And I liked the simple idea of this boy meeting this girl who was somehow otherworldly. And that's a general enough idea that, like, if you read a story and you take away that piece and you make your own thing based on it, that's not infringement, or what do you call it, appropriation. When you're taking something that is so basic and going, I want to figure out my own sort of chemistry there, and then it ends up being it's a completely different story. But anyway, that's sort of where the seed came from. Is I thought about a story of specifically, a young man who really liked the idea of being afraid. Like, in a modern context, he was into horror films and this. And what if someone with that sort of predisposition met someone where you had reason to be afraid of them, right? And so this weird kind of, I didn't want to turn it into an abusive romance story where, this person's actually doing something bad to him. But I like the idea of this sort of weird balance of him enjoying being somehow, in a primal sort of way, enjoying being scared and meeting this person who sort of, somehow was part of that, Well, it changed, obviously, like all stories do. It changed 1,000,001 times, turned into something very, very different over the years. And so part of that came from doing more research into vampire lore. Where did vampire stories come from? What are vampire stories like around the world? And when you start looking around, you realize that vampires that we know are one teeny tiny little subset. And a lot of the rules about vampires are a very sort of carefully selected or cultivated subset of things from very specific periods in history, like the vampire panic in Europe and the U.S. during certain medical plagues and medical disease outbreaks. In that there's a lot of lore that comes from where it doesn't really fit into what we think about. Look up, there's a Scottish thing called, and I cannot spell it, and it's not spelled like it sounds because it's because of the language it comes from, but it's called a Bavanshi. And a Bavanshi is something like a Scottish vampire, but she doesn't have fangs like a vampire does. She has claws that she uses to extract blood. That simple change, where it's not about the teeth, that it's, there's some other means. And then all these other creatures that also kind of sit in the same space as vampires that have no vampiric qualities at all, but kind of exhibit the same sort of balance between being associated with something dark or something otherworldly, and in some cases helping people, but also knowing that there's something there to be afraid of. Scandinavia. There's a film about this one that I don't know if I recommend it or not. I remember watching it. I can't remember my takeaway. I think it's called Huldra. I can't pronounce it. Huldra. And it's a bizarre set of qualities that these beings have, where they look like women, but their back is hollow. They have a cow's tail. They, as I understand it, would befriend, let me think for a minute. I can't remember what they're called. Basically, people who make charcoal. And they would tend their fires for them in exchange for, I think, help or food or protection or whatever. But if they were betrayed, they could also turn really nasty. Here's the thing. My memory, my recall of names and facts and stuff is not reliable. It never has been. It's one of the reasons that, like in school, I can reason through things really well. That's why I did good in physics. I can reason through, I can start with very small principles and reason through a lot. Any number of times on physics tests where I would just rederive everything I needed at the time of the test. But I'm saying this because I'm probably going to get some of the names or some of the basic facts. They're going to be a little off. They're going to be in the ballpark, and it's something that you can kind of look up on your own if you're interested in this. And I would actually encourage you to do so, Because the point is, there's this whole world of other stories and creatures out there that, where again, you realize that we've taken one little aspect of it and distilled it down into something very specific. What happened when I started doing research was I became less interested in vampires specifically and a whole lot more interested in general folklore, that in particular that dealt with what you might call, generally speaking, hidden people. And the hidden people are going to be, you're going to hear the term fairy applied to it, but the reason I avoid that word is because of that's another thing like vampires that is turned into something narrow and reduced and minimized and very specific. And we tend to think of Tinkerbell or little sprites, things with, you know, sparkly glowing wings and whatnot. And that's not. I mean, it is one version. It's a Victorian version of what that was. But it's not the only thing. And there's this whole other just world of stories and ideas out there that viewed as a whole, and, you know, both within a culture and cross-culturally, they're way more interesting than what they've been reduced to by Disney and Victorian artists. Well worth looking into. And so what this title character, I've been talking about how she has vampire-like attributes, but she isn't. Yeah, she's an assembly of a lot of different ideas that come from different areas of folklore. So yeah, some of them look vampirish. You know, I'm going to have it be a thing in the story that she doesn't go in daylight. You know, she does not, like in vampire movies, burst into flame. She gets a rash. You know, it's basically, it's actually a medical condition that I have. That I'm like, you know, and I'm not a vampire. Honest. Obviously. I think my cool factor would be a lot higher if I were. He was thinking hard there about his next move. Too slow, sir. Just gotta be a little quicker on your many feet. But anyway, yeah, so she has a lot of attributes. She also has, this is fun to me, she has some attributes of vampires, too, that people don't associate with vampires. I love this. A lot of people don't know, at least not a lot of the people I've talked to, that, you know, when you think of, like, vampires in popular culture, how often does the Count from Sesame Street come up? You know? Like, you're thinking vampire stories, you know, is that what jumps to mind? Maybe in a certain context. If you've been talking about kid shows or, you know, scary stories for, I don't know, maybe there's some context where, yeah, it does. Generally, though, that's, you know, he's not the first thing that comes to mind. But here's the thing. He actually exhibits this aspect of vampirism that I have not seen anywhere else. I'm sure it's out there. I'm sure I just haven't read enough stories. But it's really not a well-known one. And that is arithmomania.
Remember time long ago.
Okay.
Weather get hot. Go outside. Cook meat. Share with friends. Friends love meat, and Graham love friends.
Graham's such a nice guy.
Graham missed that.
Crap. Trash. Nope. Oh, shit. Oh.
Anyway, so arithmomania. So here's the thing. It's associated with vampires in certain cultures, and I think Romanian stories in particular, that vampires are obsessed with counting. Like, that is an actual thing that far predates Sesame Street. Thank you very much. It is the reason you'll hear sometimes that when people were buried, they would scatter rice around the gravesite, because if a person refused to stay dead, if they came back as a vampire, they would at least be delayed, because they would be required then to count all the rice grains around the grave. I had never heard of that before, looking into this. But I love those kinds of details. I love all the stories about this that you just never hear. They never come up in the big films that are primarily about, like a lot of buckets of blood on screen. Buckets of blood or reinterpretations of the few sort of systems and rules that we tend to know about them. Or they'll take one new thing and kind of redo it somehow. Even like Let the Right One In is that sort of story, as much as in some ways, not in all ways, that story goes places but anyway, in some ways, the friendship between the characters is made interesting and tense because of what, certain aspects. They play on the title is a play on that idea that vampires can't go into a place uninvited, right? So they tell a new story about vampires, and they take, a couple different aspects of them and play them up or do them a little bit differently. But it's a pretty rare story that goes and looks for, the things that you just never hear about. And again, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that's all bad. They're like I was just saying, I actually liked some of the stories that they've produced. It's just that that's not my personal goal. It's not what I want to. Yeah, I knew you'd tunnel it through the rock, you little butter. It's not what I want to do with it. I want to find some of the things that are maybe a little less known. Because I'm doing magical realism, I'm giving those peculiarities more of a physical, sort of interpretation, like I was talking about. So, the title character Saturday, she has problem with sunlight, but she doesn't burst into flames. She has a problem with mirrors that I'm not going to talk about here because I want it in the story. I don't want to talk about everything here. And it didn't come from, okay, yeah, let's take this one idea about vampires and let's work that in, and what's that going to mean in the story? It came up in the story naturally. Why she would not like mirrors. And I saw it and I'm like, oh, this also lines up with the idea of some of these things that are typically associated with vampire lore, and cool. So it's not going to be presented as vampire lore. You're just going to see that it's sort of a fact of things in the story. It's going to present it in a much more nonchalant sort of way. She has arithmomania, which will come up in the story at various times. Just, where she can't... she's restricted in what she can eat because certain things compel her to start counting, and that can ruin a night. So yeah, rice is out. Dumplings, yes. Rice, no. But here's the other aspect of things. So I've talked about, digging into the more fringe lore or the more diverse lore in relation to these elements that come into a story. The other aspect of this is that you looked at the way the lore in its historical context was reported. Now, I want to be really clear. Folklore is a professional academic study, and I'm not. I'm an amateur, I'm a hobbyist, and I'm using it for fun. So there are many, many good sources you can go to get a more sort of legitimate take on studies in folklore and where things originate. This is my own take. Not that it's invalid, it's just I want to present it for what it is. But you look at a lot of lore, a lot of stories around the hidden people, call them elves or fairies or hidden people or the good folk or whatever you want to call them, because they actually, hidden people who, I saw that coming. These figures who live alongside us but are somehow hidden from us, who typically are extraordinarily long-lived, if not immortal, and yet somehow still vulnerable to certain kinds of, they're susceptible to, they're not impervious to all harm. who have their own rules for doing things and have very limited interactions or very sort of weird interactions with people, where they can either be benevolent or really, really dangerous and something to watch out for. Those stories exist in most cultures in some form. Whoop. They go by different names. Sometimes the rules are different. But the basic patterns of those things exist in all cultures. And not just as ancient history. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it.
How are you? Fine, thank you.
Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Hope you're enjoying things. So it's an interesting thing to me that we have these stories that don't share a historical roadmap. In other words, sometimes you can see that the stories traveled from one country to another, right?
Payback's a bitch.
Other times you can see that these stories seem to have developed completely independently of one another and still share a lot of these common... Whoa! I'm sorry, InsultBot. I should have checked to see. I didn't know it was you, man.
Devoid of personality. The other is a protectron.
Can I get you a stim pack? Is that going to help?
Insult package delivered.
All right. Well, that was interesting on a couple levels. I've never seen him like rocket. Oh my gosh, rocket towards me like that. But anyway, yeah. So you get these stories that are common to all these different cultures. Go read as many of them as you can. Oh, I was going to say they aren't ancient history either. So really fascinating project I found. That again is, if you're into this sort of thing, is worth looking into. Yet again, I don't have the materials handy. I didn't know I was going to be talking about this. There's a project where they are taking student journals from schools in the late 1800s and early 1900s in Ireland and digitizing them. So they are both photographing the pages, which if you want to see some immaculate handwriting, oh my gosh, these tiny, like, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade Irish kids from the early 20th century, their writing just puts mine to shame on so many levels. But anyway, so it's really fascinating to see because they're just talking about, what is that? Oh, it's a nuclear... That's fun. That's so cool. But anyway, they're writing about their daily life. And what you get is this really interesting cross-section of things. Here's the point I'm trying to make. The stories about the hidden people, about this other world, about the things that people would do to sort of control their life when it felt out of control. When the farms were failing, or the animals were sick, or people were sick, or children who seemed healthy at one time were suddenly unwell. And, you know, these stories became a part of the tapestry of their lives that maybe were explanatory things, maybe part something else, you know what I mean? Part, you know, older culture and religions and that, you know. But you see it in the 20th century where people will write, you know, about what they did on the farm and then right next to it talk about a ferry or like a ferry path, like crossing through a certain place on their property and how, you know, they had to move something or whatever, or fear, you know, upsetting the good folk. Seeing these things side by side, whereas we treat a lot of these stories just as stories for children. We treat it, when we talk about folklore, we think about a lovely, well-illustrated book that we can pick up off the coffee table and share some stories for kids. And we also like to point out that some of these stories are actually fairly gruesome or disturbing when you really look at them. These weren't stories for kids in their original form. They were part of their life. It was part of their society, their culture, part of their everyday. So keep that in mind, and then you realize that, okay, well, when they think of it that way, you can... think about also how people write about other things that make them upset or tense or make them feel threatened. You will get this really interesting. You see this all the time. You see it today. It's not a history thing. It's a human behavior thing where people will describe things alternately in giving it high praise and talking about the things that they've done, the good things they've done, or how they're, beneficent or whatever it is. We'll go ahead and take that. And then at the same time, you'll occasionally see the stories where you get a little bit more of how they're actually feeling, where they're really upset or frustrated and calling it out somehow. Or you will see stories where, maybe the stories where they feel the most upset and also the safest are the ones where they paint them as buffoons. You know what I mean? So in some of the stories, these figures who are alternately described as being like us, but maybe taller, somehow more generally beautiful than us, will suddenly turn into these little troll people. And some of those become fixtures. They become, you get certain characters who now more constantly bear the positive or negative traits. But it's very much, when you read a lot of this folklore, it's the same sort of attitude and orientation that you see in people describing things that we know are historical. In other words, when someone is being oppressed, they will vacillate between praising the oppressor to stay safe, calling them out for what they do, or painting them in more comical ways, in things that are internal to them, as a way of sort of railing against them. So it's interesting to me that the things that happen socially, politically, in society, if you regard these stories about hidden people the same way, that they saw them as maybe their dangerous and annoying neighbors, and they describe them using the same patterns, you have to wonder if some of these stories that we know about them, that we take as like silly children's tales, are more like those, it's the applied buffoonery. It's the things where they've taken something they've painted them intentionally. Oops. Apparently I picked up a mission and didn't mean to. So here's the point of all that. I'm struggling to get out the main point. My apologies, it's taking a while. But the main point is that, what if you imagine that all these folklore stories, these things that are to us mystical, that involve magic or otherworldly things, if they really do exist alongside us, what would they actually look like based on the descriptions, knowing that people will alternately paint them in positive, negative, or comic tones? It's become, in writing this story, a framework of sorts for me to go through and say, which things look like they probably have some element of consistency or truth in them. Which things are very likely to be an angry rebuttal or an angry sort of, seeking to denigrate them because they're mad at them. And from that, because I'm writing fiction, making up my own sort of version of these people who live alongside us, who the traits that they actually have are going to be some version of this weird, distorted amalgam of traits that we read about in all these different sources of lore, right? So this is where Saturday, the main character in the story, kind of comes from, is, she has some traits that are associated with things that, come very distinctly from specific, like for us, what are now genres, like vampire stories. But I can't say enough, and I will be working really hard in the story to be careful of this. Probably by having the main character actually question at some point, like, is she? Is this what's going on here? I have to be very careful of that, though, because the more I point it out explicitly in the story, the more it becomes a problem. The more it's, now we're not dealing with magical realism anymore. Now we're dealing with fantasy. That looked really weird. What the heck happened over there? Oh, hey, second time today. The armor has actually provided both offense and defense. So yeah, Saturday is an amalgam of ideas. There are a couple key ones. She does have an inclination to bite. She has teeth. She feels, as she goes through the story, and she's growing up, she feels sort of a growing inclination to bite certain people. I don't know how much that'll come into the story. I think we'll probably see it a little bit more from a distance. But we'll see. But the question is why? Like, it has nothing to do with any kind of bloodlust or feeding. And that why actually has to do with things elsewhere in the story. So, it's like, someone's attacking them, time to start up the band. What are some other traits she has? I think the rest of them I'm actually going to leave to where I start sharing bits of the story later. There's more. I'll just say that there's more. And my job in this particular story is to present them as ordinarily as I possibly can. Like, it's just a thing, move on. You know what I mean? And then it does, these things are there for a reason. They do factor into the bigger story. But they're not there to establish something like anything like magical systems. There's none of that. None of it is explained at that deep a level. What I'm doing here and talking about it is explaining it at a far deeper level than ever will be done in the story itself. I would imagine. I haven't finished the thing, so what do I know? That's the plan right now. But I mean, part of it too is it's not about wanting to put in things into the story that are just about fantasy or lore. The fact that Saturday actually sees things differently, the fact that she has arithmomania, they all tie into that they're like character constraints. Like, a lot of creativity, a lot of potential for tension in a story comes from your character's constraints. What are their limits? Not what's their power. What are their limits? What's the situation they're in? Why can't they just deal with it directly? And so that's the other reason for a lot of Saturday's things. They're her particular constraints in the story. And they're actually meant to say something much more human. I hope they succeed in saying something that is way more human than anything they do about vampire lore. The vampire lore really is there because it exists in folklore. Partially because people who know these kinds of stories will look at it and go and see it and wonder and go, oh, is that a thing? Or is that what's going on? What is it really? And hopefully I get to subvert that in a constructive, positive way a little bit. I love this gun. But yeah, the story ends up, has nothing, what it's about has nothing to do with vampires. It is a coming of age story. Someone coming to realize that love doesn't insulate you from life's harm. It makes you more susceptible to it. And that then leads to questions about the bigger picture. Well, I'll try to keep them well below the surface. Yeah, it's going to have, implications as to, meaning of life sort of things. Best to keep those things off the page directly, though. That's no sermons, no preaching. Have stuff happen. Make it emotionally rich. Connect it to interesting ideas, create opportunities for tension, and also discovery, and also catharsis, and also all these different things. And yeah, so everything else serves that purpose. But it has been fun. I would encourage anyone who's kind of interested in this kind of stuff. go look at go. There's some great folklore podcasts out there now. I think a lot more now than there used to be. Where when you kind of get into lore and you see that it's more a study of people's customs and the music and culture and stories that they used that help define their culture, right? They help define who they were and how they responded to the things that all societies do. And you see, is that a dead person? Yeah. Apparently I'm still on fire. It's really, really fascinating. So, like, I'm actually reading right now a book of Malaysian folklore. And I picked it up because I honestly, right offhand, I can't remember what it was that made me pick it up. Oh, no, I remember what it was now. They have a particular word that they use for describing these hidden people. These people who, just like I've been saying earlier, you know, they live alongside us, but they're hidden and they have special abilities and they're very long-lived and you have to be careful about them. But they probably had some origin in human history, like all the same traits that you see in other sort of hidden people stories. But they're a distinctly Malaysian version of that. And it's super hard, as you can imagine, to find instances of these stories. At least it is in English. So I found a book of Malaysian folklore and going through and reading that, and it's kind of like what I've been describing. The very first story is a sort of a Cinderella story. That's actually how it's presented in the book. Is, you know, if you want a context that helps you understand this, it's like a Cinderella story. It is not the story of Cinderella with Malaysian people in it. It is its own thing. It's been a fascinating read, though. I really enjoyed it. Looking forward to more. I just wish I had time and capacity to read way more than I currently do. Although, again, having COVID, hey, I got time. I don't know that I got energy. Whereas I can play a video game for, you know, like whole days at a time. Rude. When I sit down to read, yeah, we'll take the hammer, why not? When I sit down to read, I very often will fall asleep, whether I'm tired or not. It's not a sleepy fatigue sort of thing. It's some other problem. I've had it my whole life. Yeah, I go to sleep. I can read in very short, small sections in short spurts, and then I've got to do something else. It makes it really, really tough. It makes it tough to read nearly as much as I want to. Makes me a lot more intentional about what I'm going to read, too. But even so, there's so much good stuff out there that I spent there's so much stuff out there to read that I only recently discovered. Because my whole youth, I thought I liked fantasy. And there were a couple instances of fantasy that I liked. And it somehow convinced me that that was kind of my thing. That's what I liked. That's what I want to read. And I pursued fantasy and sci-fi. And there were things along the way that I read and really enjoyed. Lord of the Rings and Dune are the two main examples that I'm really glad I read. But I also wasted a lot of time pursuing things that I would never like. And it wasn't and then I'd read something like in high school, I read To Kill a Mockingbird and just ate it up. Couldn't get enough. And then I had a teacher who, against policy at the high school, secretly gave me a copy of The Color Purple, which I read and really, really liked and just ate it up. But then I'd read these things and I'd go back and go, no, but I like fantasy. I like fantasy and sci-fi. These were nice diversions or whatever, but I mainly like fantasy and sci-fi. I don't know why. I have no idea why I was so fixated on all that stuff. I have some idea why, and I'll save that for a minute here. But so the point is, so I'm reading literature, things that are considered more literary, and really enjoying them. And then my family goes out to the coast, and we go to this place that has 1,000,001 little teeny used bookstores. And I'm like, we're at the coast, lots of little used bookstores. I need to buy a paperback of something I've maybe should have read for a while and just haven't. And so I ended up getting, Catcher in the Rye. Found a paperback copy of Catcher in the Rye and thought, I'll read this while we're on vacation. Oh. Are you hunting weapons? What are you hunting?
Perfect day to sneak up and catch yourself a rat stag.
Okay. And didn't read it at the time I bought it. And for some reason read it later. And it, again, now I know a lot of that book is problematic for a lot of people, but I could even go on that for a while. I think that book is a litmus test of what kind of reader, maybe even what kind of person you are. And just ate it up. And so between that, my armor is kicking ass today. That was really cool. Between all those things and then going, okay, maybe I don't like what I think I like. And reading the interviews with various authors, having read Neil Gaiman's The Ocean at the End of the Lane and going, what is this? What, like, if I wanted to tell someone, it's this kind of book. Like, it's not fantasy. It's not a fantasy story. So there's where the idea of magical realism came in. And what's magical realism? Oh, it's a literary sort of a genre. Well, what is literature? Started searching things out and started reading just all sorts of things that I probably would have avoided a long time ago. And it was like, oh, well, yeah, turns out I actually like literature. Go figure. So there's been a lot of time wasted not reading what I really enjoy because I had myself convinced I wouldn't like it and had myself convinced I really like this other thing if only I could find better instances of it, better like things that were more up my alley. And again, that's not to criticize fantasy or sci-fi. People like it, and there's a lot of really great stuff out there. It's just not my cup of tea. I try to describe what I'm reading right now like I did yesterday on the stream, and I'll be honest, I feel like a little bit like a buffoon because I can't describe why I like it. Reading a book right now that fundamentally is about just a moment, tracking a baseball from a famous real baseball game that traveled through various different people across over a time span of 40, 50, however many years. But that's not really how it reads page for page. And I don't like baseball. I'm not a sports guy. I'm not a baseball fan. I'm not reading it because I like baseball in any way, shape, or form. There's not a ton of... There's some baseball lore in it, I guess. It's written so well that even if you don't like baseball, you read the prologue, and it's a beautiful description of the experience of a legendary American instance of the game, right? It's like I said, it's based on a real game. It took place in New York. And I can tell you that the author is Don DeLillo, and he writes what I think is some of the most beautiful and engaging prose I've ever read. Every once in a while, I can kind of hear him echoed in what I'm trying to write, and I feel a little embarrassed by it, because I worry about copying him too literally. But I don't think you can do that. I think it actually takes a really skilled writer to actually emulate another writer really well, and I'm not that person. So I it's a good way to let yourself off the hook if you find yourself doing that. So you're probably not copying them as well as you think you are. But anyway, so why do I like it? Because if, I can get lost in the prose. Because as it goes along, I feel like it's saying something interesting about the American experience, about what people are like. It brings me into the places that it's describing, even though I know nothing about them. VATS is really off today, Dan. It's like targeting is just lopsided. You know, so could I tell you like what's about to happen in the plot that I'm really excited about? No. I'm curious about one thing. Like in the prologue, we find out that a where am I? There's a fissure here now. So I'm glad I'm doing this walkabout today, just because, if for no other reason, like a lot of the landscape has changed, and I had no idea. That's what you get when you only go to the events. You end up only visiting the same places, like same 3 or 4 places all the time. You miss out on stuff. But anyway, so the core question in this book that I'm curious about is, in the beginning, it's a young black boy who gets the famous ball. He catches the... Didn't really catch it. I think it comes near him. It lands in the bleachers. There's a tussle. He ends up getting a hold of this ball, and he's smart enough to know he needs to leave. You know, game's over anyway, and so he's out of there. Well, this guy who's sort of befriended him has been sitting next to him and talking about the game, and, you know, hey, we're the same sort of people, aren't we? Follows the kid on his way home and is trying to get the ball, and so you're like, oh, crap. Well, you see pretty quickly what initially happens to it, that the kid's dad takes it and sells it. We don't know to who, but he takes it out to sell it. And from there, you know, we jump way ahead in time and we see that someone else entirely has it. And so the question is, you know, like, how did this thing travel? What's its story? What does it mean to people? Why are they pursuing it? Why is it important? How's it connected to all these, you know, so you're basically, as you read this, you're discovering connections as you go along. And if you are not going to be satisfied in that kind of story, like, you're just not going to enjoy this book at all. It's not going to be your thing. Like I was saying earlier, I go more on connections personally than I do singular, interesting facts. I don't think that's unusual, you know. Tell me how tall Everest is, and I'll go, well, that's a number. Tell me about the number of people who die or are permanently injured every year trying to climb it for some reason. They start talking about the reasons why they pursue this, and suddenly I'm interested in how tall Everest is. So it's that sort of thing. And the other one I have even more trouble describing. The short version is, I'm not even going to talk about the stories about it again because they did such a bad job yesterday. But it's about all these things that are being presented that seem disjointed, that you're trusting will either have some connection in the future in the story, or that have some other connection sort of below the surface that you're only going to get through a secondary or even tertiary sort of way, that you're going to get them by, maybe it'll strike you after you read something else by the same author, you know. It's going to take time. Now, the story, you know, in itself is still interesting. It's well written. You have interesting characters and kind of weird, interesting things going on. But it doesn't play out like an action plot in any sense of the word. Okay, so before I do anything else, we're going to take, I think, a brief intermission. I'm going to set up my tent here. And I'm going to make a cup of tea, because I'm starting to get dried out a little bit, and starting to get dry mouth a little bit. So we'll make some tea to deal with that. And, you know, quick break, all the usual. Come back and see what else we can talk about. Kind of gave a writing update already. We've done the reading update. I'm not sure what else there is. We'll keep wandering around. We'll go and see about going on the dailies. I think I probably have enough caps now. If Minerva is somewhere on the map, and she's still selling discounted the jetpack armor, then I can do that. We'll see. Maybe. Let's see. There's the photo mission. There's stuff. There's stuff that we can do here. So, but I'm going to take a nap in this dirty sleeping bag, and I'll see you in a minute. Wakey, wakey. Time to go kill more things. You inhuman monster. But really, it's about the photography. All right. Let's see. Making sure there's nothing else. Oh, we got audio on. I'm seeing the bar is wiggling, meaning the audio is going through. It's all good. What do we got going on down here? Pardon. Bunch of frogs. Anything more interesting? Or just little glowy frogs? I don't think they actually attack, do they? Like, and just stomp on him, and he's just like, nope, I'm just a weird frog. Okay. Oh, it's just a bottle. Nah. Need some actual, like, whoa.
I don't let you walk about because of fear.
Alright. That's fine. That's fine. Taking your clown hat. Hi. I thought you were a prop. I'm sorry. What kind of show are they putting on here? It's one of the weirder setups I've seen. Go figure. What is that over there? Again, I feel like there's just so much... Oh, yeah, no, I know what that is. Snallygaster. Yeah, I think I missed him. Or he'll come hunt me down now, and I'll have to run for my life. Anything? Are they coming? I don't think the bullet traveled that far. Oh, we'll find out soon enough. So, yeah, it was interesting, just in terms of the folklore stuff. Going from studying about vampires to realizing there's this whole other world of things, it's been one of the most, like, before I actually started doing any of the narrative in the story, when I wrote for off and on. I was working full time and having to commute and the whole thing, and so didn't have nearly enough time to write, or enough energy, honestly. But I was doing what I could, and so a lot of that was actually putting together, like, trying to figure out what the main story is, trying to, like, what's going on in the world, doing all the sort of discovery that you do when you come up with an idea like this. And so connecting the title character, Saturday, connecting her to the hidden people, and then connecting that to the area where I grew up, where to me, the Redwoods. So if you don't know the Redwoods, go watch, they're any one of so many different movies. Return of the Jedi probably being the most famous one, right? Where they shot the Endor scenes. That's not too far from where I grew up. And to me, that is like the perfect place for if you're going to do something about hidden people, about that particular older vein of fairy lore. That is a really good place to do it. It's beautiful, but there's a sense of foreboding. When you go there and you're standing amidst these monstrous trees that are ancient, you get the sense of time beyond humans. Not time on a human scale, time like, things that have been around before us and will be here after us. And that, to me, is the perfect setup for that element in the story. And the nice thing about that is then, again, for reasons that might be a little tough for me to explain, I don't like putting the more fantastic elements out front and center. But it's way more interesting. And so, to finish the thought, the trees, the forest, these ancient places help do that. You can focus on something that is real, something you can go experience, and use it to convey something deeper, something sublime. You can create a sense of age and history and legend in something very real. And that is awesome for what I'm trying to do. Which again, I would rather in a story, let's say that you have a character, they do meet someone who's, nominally out of something that we'd ordinarily consider a fairy tale or some kind of more mystical sort of story. Personally, the way I want to write that is to make it oh boy, it's hard to say because anything I say is going to sound like I'm criticizing people who do things differently, and I'm not. The way that people very often react to those sorts of things in stories, though, doesn't really hold up with, again, the fast-traveling robots. What is with you guys today? Doesn't really play well with reality. Because honestly, even when we encounter things that are arguably fantastic in reality, even if they fall within, the realm of science and stuff, but they're things that we didn't know, things that we personally can't explain, we don't very often see them we don't see the wonder in them. Very often they very quickly they feel very mundane. They feel very everyday. They lose their sort of fantastical edge very, very quickly. And again, that's just kind of our nature. So to me, if you are going to include something in a story that would normally fall under the banner of the fantastic somehow, it's somehow more engaging to me to describe it in very ordinary terms. And so it's one of the reasons that I like the principles behind magical realism in general, where you take ordinary everyday things, but you sort of present the mystery or the dare use a very uncommon word these days, but the splendor in them. And then you take the things that are unusual or metaphysical or that can't be explained in ordinary terms, and you bring them down close to earth. It creates a combination, it creates an effect that sort of unites the two into something more than you could accomplish otherwise by trying to do one or the other. So, sort of inventing Saturday, the main character, or not the main character, but the title character, inventing her life story, what her family is like, where she came from, why does she have that name? All those things has been a blast. It's been a lot of fun. It's one of those things that, I mean, you know, I enjoy it enough, just with my personality being what it is, I convince myself that I'm not really working on it when I'm working on that kind of stuff, because if I was really working, I wouldn't enjoy it that much, which is silly and self-defeating, right? But that's me. So yeah, Saturday's dad in the story. Saturday has a dad in the story. Her mom is gone. Who her dad is never fully explained. He's in the story. He has key parts. Who and what he is, though, will be fun to play with. Let out a little bit here, a little bit there. Never say anything very explicitly. Far better, far more interesting and better in so many ways to present enough substance to imply that there's a lot more, and there is, but then to let people sort of, you know, what is, oh, yeah, let people wonder. Let people question and invent and test and the whole thing. I think that ends up being a challenge for when you're doing world building and you really like the world building aspect of the writing process. When you have done your world building, like I'm doing now, honestly, but more so even, you want to share. You have this thing that you are intimately familiar with. You can see all of its awesome. And you want other people to experience the awesome. And of course, the problem with that is that a lot of the times it's awesome because it is personal to you. It is something internal. And even when there is some sort of human commonality that makes it so that other people will find interest and meaning and purpose in it. Oh, I'm like, he's still there. Wait a minute. The way that you bring people into that is a lot of the times counterintuitive, right? I thought you'd be coming around here. You just stay back, Jack. Yeah. Green dye got me. Go away. Snot bag. And so, when I was younger and would think up stories, this was sort of my inclination too. What you want to do is I'm going to do a prologue, and I'm just going to describe the world that this takes place in, because it's really awesome, and I want you to know all the things, because then once you know all the things, you will enjoy the story more. It's like, yeah, that's not as a technique. That just doesn't work. Like, again, what I was talking about earlier, where the reason people connect with things are on the human points. You can have the biggest, strongest punch in the world, but unless you connect to something that's, at stake for a person that you feel some sort of connection with or relation to, it's not going to matter in the least. Otherwise, I can write the story. There was a guy, and he threw the... I'm not talking about One Punch Man, because I don't even know that anime. It just came up as an example in my head, just to be clear. But there's a guy, and he could punch harder than anyone else in the world, and he punched someone, and he won. The end. Like, the facts of the story are uninteresting. Absolutely uninteresting. I wonder... I check something here. Oh, dear. I will check something later, because right now, this jerk who just popped out of the ground. Do I have any? Oh, I do have some. Good. Man, he's being a jerk. I was just walking by. It's not even like the rad stags where I was the one, you know, taking him on. Like, you're just being a dork. There you go. Feel better? Was this a good decision we made? Anyway, so yeah, your intuition or inclination is to tell, you know, like set up all the context, then put the story inside it. Personally, I found that those stories, like they're really, really hard to get into, right? And so counterexamples where you have Dune, where you get some of that, honestly, but you also get these little quotes from people that you don't know who they are yet at the beginning of each chapter, and you hear terms that are not fully explained, and to figure out what those things are, you just have to kind of keep reading. But if you can create enough local interest in a scene, if there's something to pay attention to there and you keep pulling forward, your reader's going to be going through a simultaneous sort of a discovery process, which is enjoyable. They're going to be going through the whatever's enjoyable in each chapter. There's going to be, you know, usually the bigger thread that's kind of like there's this multi-dimensional thing that you're creating by not doing the info dump all at once. This is something, it's one of the reasons that while there are certain aspects of David Lynch's work that I could do without, there's a lot of stuff that he does in his films and in Twin Peaks especially that I absolutely love, where he leaves you just absolutely baffled as to what the heck just happened. But it's interesting locally, specifically, right? Yeah, that's okay. And as you go through the whole thing, it really does all connect. Just gonna leave you alone. Here's someone else running, though. Diseased. Oh! That's what you guys are worried about. Oh, there's two of them. Now focus on the one so that we have one bear problem to worry about, not two. Whoop. Right angle. Whoop. And dodge. And I'm in the truck. Getting tired yet? No, you never get tired, do you? And you hit me from like 4 feet away. You're not that big, guy. You're not that big. Why didn't my gun reload? How long did I have to reload it? It just... Face full of bullets. Multi-bears are the worst. Tim the Lost. You doing okay, Tim? Based on where Tim is standing and the fact that he's just sort of motionless there, I think he just fast traveled into this location. That's where I always turn up whenever I do the fast travel. So he's probably in that paralysis phase where you just can't do anything. So yeah, this idea that you present things that, like a certain amount of like there's a positive idea of confusion. There's the idea of a good kind of not knowing or not understanding in a story. If you can maintain hope that you're going to get some sort of satisfaction, and if it doesn't seem completely random, if it seems to be part of, you know, hinting at something bigger, something deeper, that's where a lot of the payoff ends up being. That's what can end up pulling people through a story. Doing a quick check here. I mean, Lord of the Rings, another one where if you've read The Hobbit, you have a certain amount of context. Even in The Hobbit, where you're presented with a lot of places and ideas and this sort of thing that really are just skimming the surface of a much, much deeper world. I don't think he had even invented yet. Tolkien, that is. But there's a story that stands up on its own, so that as you go through, you learn the place, you come to love the place through your experience in the world, not in advance of it. So yeah. Ooh, hello. Wow. Hey now, guys. I'll be right there. Stim pack. My turn. Oh, soon. I'm tempted to make a joke about meeting the neighbors, but I won't. Alright, where are you? Ah, there you are. Coming. No? Oh, that one. That's the one. Reload. This will be fun. There's another one down here, right? Not that I have a ton of ammo, but, I noticed both of you were a little more quiet after your friends all exploded. Some lessons we learn too late. Pardon. Ugh. COVID. Ugh. But it's something I've been paying attention to in what I'm reading, what I'm watching. Both the movies I watched yesterday, for example. Whoa, it's a lot of duels. Like, am I really all that worried about them? Not really, but that is a lot of them all in one place. And me with no grenades. Yeah. Alright. Hey, folks. Did y'all gather in a little bit? Group photo. Come on. Creepy. They're all like meandering kind of towards me. Like, hey, look, food. Don't want to waste the ammo. Gotta keep it focused on him. Oh, now I can't see him. How'd we do? Yeah, cool. Combination wrench, fuse. Oh, sorry. I finish what I start. Okay. Alright, so what I need to check is where I'm actually going for that photo mission. Whoop, no, not that. That one. So it's actually... Oh, way off in the... Boy, there's... Okay, well, let's fast travel out there and then to north. I can walk out here first. How far away am I? I am like miles away. I've gone the wrong direction. I'm just going to... Yeah, we're just going to do that. It's been fun walking around. I do want to actually get some of the basic stuff done today, so... So yeah, I actually take a sort of I gotta admit here, I've only got, you know, I'm lacking experience in actually writing. My work in progress is my first novel, and I haven't even written. I've written a couple short stories recently, but I haven't written in a very long time. Well, that's not entirely true. But anyway, I'm an unpublished author. Take the advice with a grain of salt.
You here to help? Because I got stuff.
Sure, what do you need?
Vacation's on-
Yeah. You're gonna send me to the gallery again, aren't you? Hate going down there. Question is, which place do I go to? Do I go here and then wander over? I don't think so, because there's this whole ridge you have to traverse. So let's try going here. But so far, yes, I've enjoyed playing with that idea in my writing, where you intentionally present things that are meant to be satisfying in one respect and raise questions in another, so that it creates short-term satisfaction, but also keeps people reading forward. I don't like that none of you are dead. But I think I put in some pretty good effort there. Don't. Stay back. This is a gunfight. Put down the hammer. You laugh funny.
Take me.
All right, on we go. I'm not going the right direction there. Let me get things reoriented here. Pretty sure it's this way. Yeah. Yes. Vaguely. Roughly. So this is where it may actually pay off to get a 3-point action points card, perk card, just so that I can sprint for longer, so that I can swap it out when I'm having to travel on foot. I think that would be kind of handy. I want to know why they don't include those sounds with any other creature. That's what makes anything that deals with dogs or wolves in the game that much more disturbing, is that you hear them yelping and whining before they die. Like, why don't you hear the death throes of, say, a deathclaw? Alright. Picture first. So I actually, at this point, I worry more about sort of the opposite problem. Like, I want to make sure that I'm not being too overt, sharing any more than is really necessary in any given part of the story. And if that means that we get to the end and there are certain parts of this sort of, made up thing that just never ever come to the fore, things that I may have spent a lot of time maybe even actually writing out narrative backstory for myself to kind of make sense of things. If that never comes to the surface, then, okay. That's okay. If the story that you tell within that framework is readable, worth reading, worth sharing. All right. We got our photo. Yeah, we're going down to the gallery, yeah. I hate this one. It's just... The ones that start driving me nuts are the ones that take a lot of time or effort or ammo for very little reward. And this is one of those. It just feels a little overblown. I mentioned yesterday that there used to be a death claw here. I think we found it. That's a camera. You thought you just had the one problem today. Ouch. Was his last word, yeah? Like, did I just kill the mutated Kool-Aid man? This is supposed to be like Yar or something, but whoever did the subtitles didn't quite get that one right. Okay. Come on, line up. I've never quite found the right sequence, but there's got to be a way to do this where you shoot just a few cars, and it kind of sets off the whole thing. Pardon. It brings out all the locals. Boop. Boop. There. Booped him. And I will admit, the music in here just drives me nuts. Like, it's funny as a joke. It's sort of it's like old-fashioned, that really annoying, repetitive mall music. The first time you're here for, the first minute or so, and after a while, it's like, where do I turn that off? Where can I find the switch? Oh, it's downstairs. I did not realize that the cars inside here could blow up too. I mean, I should have realized, but I didn't. 30 that way, huh? Pardon. Looks like at the very least they put them in different places this time. Yeah, they're a little easier to grab this time around, so that's nice. Boy. And then, yeah, as much as there is to do today, I think if I'm wise, I'm probably not going to play too long after this. Remains to be seen if I'm actually wise. Probably not. But I need to be careful about how much energy I'm expending doing this, as opposed to just resting up and getting better. Let's add to the mix. Okay, back to the crater. We do another photo. Return the vacuum tubes. Trade in some more treasury notes, see where we are. There we go. I'm kind of content to not do the primal cuts thing today. Awesome as it is for getting lots and lots of experience. And very quickly, since that's like all they're doing right now, turns into that's all you do in the game. There's more stuff to enjoy. It's more than a little repetitive. Okay, let's get the camera again. Figure out where I need to go to take the photo. Oh, communications. Oh, it's right where I'm going. I forgot about that. It's right where I'm headed. So may as well go do this first. Where is it? A gift? Nah.
Not sure what Axel sees.
Hey, it's Tim.
Better double. Just the rookie I wanted to see. Now we're talking. I guess this means you've earned. I'll put in a good word. Hope you got a stim pack on you. You wanna die? Take that business elsewhere.
Oh, yeah, right here. Smart ass. Alright, head down to here. No idea who that is. The photo looked kind of fun yesterday, but now it's in my photo log, so it's going to keep showing up on the wait screen, so I gotta go clean that up. I also need to eat food. I don't think I've eaten today. Trying to take advantage of the fact that, again, thanks to COVID, I can't actually taste food right now. and be like, okay, well, let's be utilitarian about this. Like, you know, what's good food to eat? And I'm like, yeah, I don't really know that I'd eat all that differently. Not that I eat great, I don't. But the problem isn't just that I don't like food that's good for me. It's that a lot of the food that's good for me I can actually eat in large quantities. Same problem as before. Yes, I have. Ow, knees are getting sore. Hold on. No, Joe.
Promise a reward. A fair point, and here are your caps. Come and see me again, and I might have more work for you.
Cool. Scrap things. Hey, weapons. Yep. Just about leveled up here. May as well. I mean, I'm getting close to leveling up anyway. Let's see what the other dailies are. I haven't even looked at this today. So one event. Yeah, I did. These, I just, oh, geez. Yet another drink more alcohol goal. Nice. Okay. Head down to Foundation. I know where Foundation is. Excuse me. I totally forgot. I was going to get a shot of whiskey because just a small one. But no, it has been working. It's been doing such a good job. Like when my chest starts getting like this, really, really relaxing everything in there. Yeah, we may as well do the vital equipment one too. Why not?
Extra patrols over there. Finally, someone with... Evening. When we went to get our intrusion module, it was gone. Excellent.
That was
I
weird.
can show you
Again.
roughly where it is, but...
Okay. Down we go. Vital equipment. Look on the map. Ooh, okay. Different area that I've gone to for this one. Turn on the radio, shall we? Oh. Weird. Optional. Convince the thief to pay for the property. Real? I've never actually tried that. I always just blow them up. Maybe we'll do this a little different. If they survive. I mean, they're already wandering in where they're a bunch of super mutants, so this is not starting off well. There they are. Ooh, my health is going down. Oh. I paid attention to you. That's why it was going down so fast. Alright. Hey, you. Stay. No, where did you go? Stay there. Hold it.
Buddy, I know you want what I took, but we need it as much as they do. That's a deal. Good doing business with you.
Okay, something new. Awesome. And I leveled up in the whole thing. Nice. Alright, I like that. Better ending. I have no idea what how this is going to go here, but I honestly don't care. Come at me, Ward. Oh, that's it. It's done. Got the reward. All good.
I heard Sonny got a new shipment in. Gotta go check it out.
Crazy. Okay. So it's not even on my roster anymore, is it? Alright. Sure. I'll take it. Try to do that more often. 16 of them. $13.67, so I'm about 140 away, 133 or whatever. All right. So now let's go see if Smiley's there. Couple things actually. I'm gonna go down here, do a scrap check. In other words, just drop all my stuff in a tent.
Evening.
Evening. Thud. Excuse me again. Store all that. And then we'll just come sit down here. Go and take a look at pick a perk under guessing endurance again. Let's check here too, though. Whoop, not that. Luck, agility. Over dead man sprinting. So that's, yeah, that's different. Not what I'm looking for. Evasive. Marathoner. Sprinting consumes 20% fewer action points. So that's one. The idea here is just making a temporary I can plug in so that I can, when I need to travel on foot someplace, I can run without having to worry about running out of steam. So this one at max gives you 40% fewer action points. Okay. Excuse me. So again, typical me, I'm always wanting more. Just kind of hoping it would do more there. What else do we have? What about endurance? Anything? Be really surprised if there's nothing here related to action points. Really? Nothing? Okay, skip it. 40%, just not quite enough for me. Not enough to hold my interest. Put Bloody Mess back on. Apparently I forgot that. Also, get over here. This is probably why I was taking a little more damage than I thought I should. Anything else that needs changing? Excuse me. I think we're good. Okay. We need food, though. Is there a stove nearby? How about yours? Okay. Let's have dinner. Sure, we'll have some mac and cheese with some Deathclaw. Some ribs, some potato salad. And I really do need to find some beer or something. Since they have that goal that's trying to turn us all into alcoholics here. Alright, where to next? Up to Smiley. See how Smiley's doing. Up to the Wayward. Oh, my nose. This thing, like any illness, goes in cycles, right? Oh, so I was going to say earlier that a nice thing about being sick, haha, for me. Two things, really. One of them is I'm curious to know if anyone else experiences this. So I am able to produce endorphins like they're going out of style. Like, unlike anyone else in my family, when I start to get sick, I actually feel pretty awesome. Like, obviously, I'm uncomfortable from the coughing and the sniffling, but it's not like that general, you see people and they're just weighed down by feeling sick. You know what I mean? It's such a burden. It's such a hard thing. I feel it, but I really don't care that much. I've always attributed that to endorphins. Yeah. Sure, I'm interested. He's so creepy. That should do it, right? 3,000. We're still gonna do it. There we go. Shush. All right. So the endorphins are one thing. The other thing is I naturally get in a heightened emotional state when I'm sick. Not happy or sad, not one thing or the other. Just much more susceptible to, deep swings in those emotions. The benefit of that is when you watch a really good movie in that state, you really get to experience that movie or read that story or whatever it is on a whole nother level. And it also is really awesome. And I feel bad for people who don't get to experience that, because sure, it sucks to be sick, but also I actually did a lot of benefits, surprisingly. Not that I'm going to seek to do this on a regular basis, especially with this particular illness, but if you gotta go through it, there are worse ways to do it. I don't know why I felt compelled to get that out of the way and move it off the road. All right. Now we gotta find Minerva. I don't know if she's around right now. I'm going to go check a webpage real quick, because they had a schedule up. Yeah, let's see. They had a schedule up of where she was going to be on different days, and I would hope, with all the other events going on, yeah, level up this week on double XP. I never actually saw that, but there it is now. No, I'm not seeing it here, though. Where is Minerva? She is talking about, when you meet her, I met her down at Foundation. Minerva's itinerary, here we go. And she was talking about how, I move. I'm like, yeah, sure you do. You're an NPC. You have a leash on you. You just can't see it. No, she moves around. Oh, I might be out of luck. What is the date today? Yeah, not till tomorrow, it looks like. Oh, it's like a couple days at a time. That stinks. 23rd through the 25th is the next one. Blah. This doesn't help me. Well, so then I'm 500 bullion short for the jetpack, so I'm not going to do that today. I'm just going to hang on to it. That'll be another time. Alright, well, that said, there isn't a lot else to do today, I don't think. I could go around and get drunk, basically, to complete an event. Photo mode in a group. Kill a legendary. There is still some small stuff I could do. How about an event? Where's a teeny tiny little event? Give me a show up. Here's your participation trophy. Little tiny event. I'm looking at my caps. I'm like, how much should I spend on that again? Was that worth it? It was still worth it. So I didn't see what this is. I don't even know what this one is. So yeah, right now is you know, aside from feeling tired all the time, it's a really good time to watch movies just because I get to experience them on a whole nother level emotionally.
Warning. Unauthorized presence detected near Mount Blair train yard. Rioting will not be tolerated. Whole right mining company protection protocols have been engaged. Security units on site. All unauthorized personnel are advised to immediately leave the area or else risk dire consequences. This will be your only warning.
He sees me, doesn't he? Oh, fall out to its bunker. I made a mistake. It's gonna blow up now. I gotta wait. Well, sometimes you learn the rules to the event the first time you screw them up. Okay, I think I saw that there's still... yeah. Pardon. How do you get in? And what does that say? Retrieve bunker key card alpha. Okay. Thank you. I don't know what I'm doing. That way. Oh, is it attached to a little robot? Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh boy. Try to track him where he goes. And ready. There he is. Ooh, he's right here. Whoop, he was. Oof. Alright, next. Oh, come on. That's just kind of quit on me there. Track him. And there he goes. Alright, so we got that. So activate key pad alpha and keep... that's beta, right? This is alpha. We did that. Activate the other keypad. I did. What do you want me to do? What is going on? I did it. This is so stupid. Activate master shutdown. Okay. Okay. We did our event. What the heck was that about, though? And the bot part's fine. I'd probably do that one again. But the part with the key cards, like it feels like the logic in the event itself is just a little wonky, a little lopsided. Ooh. Find some place to scrap all the goodies. There's actually quite a bit of good stuff in there. Here, workbench, yes, no. More good stuff, no workbench. Anything around here? Nothing at all. Boy. I don't know this area very well. I don't know where there might be just a regular workbench sitting around. Boy, gang's all here, huh? It's like a big conference of bad guys who got representatives from every group. Where was he? I heard him. Ugh. I'm not wearing a mask here either. I'm very likely to get sludge lung or whatever. Oh. Burst Satan's balloon over there. What's that? A U-Minute vending machine. No, thank you. Really? Oh, I looked in here and I thought, oh, there's nothing here. Stash box. Pardon. That's all nice, but... Oh, yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Yeah. Really need a bench to be able to scrap the weapons I picked up. Is that a chemistry bench? It is. There we go. Now we're good. Alrighty. Oh, I forgot. I actually bought too much bullion anyway, because if we go and look at the scoreboard, yeah, I got 100 there too. That's okay. Since it may end up costing me more anyway, and there's other stuff to buy after I get the jetpack, that's just fine. Put on a helmet here. I feel like I'm probably breathing garbage. Oh, to do this. Somehow not going to protect my lungs. Just saying, probably not. Alright, where to? That Primal Tusk was nasty. That one and the one that's way up in the northeast, both of them were like, yeesh. Like, you earn your keep by doing those. You've got Sheep Squatch, you've got tons of Mirelurk Kings. I still feel like the people who make this game don't understand their own game, in that they made Mirelurk Kings and Bears in particular way overpowered. They're super difficult to take down. They have I haven't found the weapon yet that will get through whatever sort of base defense it is that they have. You know, like, I've got a troubleshooter's gun that deals with robots. You can get hunter's things that deal with other kinds of animals. I haven't found anything that works well against the Mirelurk Kings. They have a huge knockback, they do, like bears. They do a ton of damage. They're really, really hard to kill. I don't know. But the way they use them in the game is they treat them very much like, you know, just any other enemy. So when you're doing Primal Tusk, like, yep, here's 12 of them. It's like, holy crud, no. That's not okay. That's not normal. Anything needs fixing here? Let's go up here. Go through my self-made forest. No, not build. That's not it. Oh, repair says no. Okay. I love this place. Look at this. Isn't that gorgeous? Really cool. Okay, I think I've scrapped everything I need to. Let's try and see what I need to put in the vending machines. Bit by bit. Weapons, a cryogenic grenade. Yep. What do I charge for those? 5. Okay. That's fair. Anything else? How did I pick... Oh, I just picked that up. I'm like, wait a minute, where did that come from? these in there. Both of them. And charge 10. Turns out I need those. Aid. Yep, buff out. We'll sell that for 5. Why is comics so expensive? Why is the... I don't get it. Again, it's one of those things that kind of points to, like, the designers of the game were like, oh yeah, it's stuff super valuable. Like, make the default price really high. It's like, why? Why? What in the world is so valuable about that stuff?
Is it too much
I don't think I've ever used it.
that you keep things neat and orderly around here?
Oh, nice. Pardon. Yeah, pop something in the machine. In one machine. Cool. Thank you. Bye. Oy. There we go.
I
Drop that
wonder
here.
if they can mold our armor in.
Pardon. Oy, oy, oy. Don't they ever turn on the fireplaces today?
There's no time to be upset anymore. Let it all go.
Okay. Lady, I'm doing my best.
You ever get a melody stuck in your head?
And the one you're playing, a little bit. Alright. Anything else, or is that it for today? I think that might be it. If I hadn't fired Beckett, I could probably just buy some booze. I need 4. And kill 2 legendaries. Is there... Like I said, I gotta be... yep, that's one. Let's do this. I'll take care of the 2 legendaries. This game sucks you in. Sucks me in, anyway.
Responders, priority alert. Looks like those damn wolves are on the hunt again. Forest Watch has spotted multiple packs, but the Alpha's whereabouts is unknown. I repeat, Alpha's location is unknown. We need to find and kill that Alpha wolf ASAP. Take out the smaller packs and draw out that Alpha. Just make sure you bring a lot of bullets. That big Alpha is a heap of trouble.
Hey, dude. I see you've already emptied those bottles. Still in your caps. Let's see. Is that the only one left? Someone else doing this one already? Shoot. Okay, well, do that anyway. Try to. There we go. Ah, yeah, there's someone else after it. Okay, run. Need to get a hit in on it before it's gone. Otherwise, this is for nothing. One person. Trying to share the bounty here. Sorry. I was not attacking that person. I didn't fire anywhere near them. Game. Sorry, get the credit? 1 out of 2. Yeah, good. Hopefully they did too. Alright, well, there's 1 instead of 3. Phooey. What's that? Load bearing? No. Where else is there a legendary? I've been relying almost exclusively on that event, but where else can I find one? Honestly, it's the only place I know to go to reliably find a legendary anymore. At least that I can recall right now. Well, where can we buy some booze? How about at the Wayward? They're a bar, right? They should have something. So yeah, let's see. Later today, more writing. I really do need to... I've been trying different techniques to get past the reading thing, the falling asleep. Everything from reading out loud, which works, but then I have to read out loud for a long time, and for long reading periods, that's not always practical. But it's a thing. But I haven't found a lot that really works. Unfortunately.
Get you something, doll?
Let's see.
Oh yeah, I've heard of her. Rumor was that she was a smart, savvy, effortlessly beautiful drug kingpin. But I don't think you want to find her, honey. Left a trail of broken families wherever she went. Lucky for us all, that gal disappeared when the bombs dropped. World already had all the monsters it could stomach.
I like that. Good for them. That's cool. Well, we already got the answer there. I think that's it. I think we're done. Let's just trade. What do you got? Seriously? Oh, I'm under A, not food and drink. I'm like, wait a minute. You're a bar. Here, have some insulin. Vodka or vodka? Huh. Some rotten food? No. A pepperoni roll. I'm buying that. Oat Holler Lager. That'll go good with the pepperoni roll. Sure. A couple of those. And then, yeah, just some vodka. Alright, wish me luck. Did someone put on some music or something? This is a little creepy. Yeah, here, we'll get the jukebox going. What do we got? Yeah? Hello? Hello? Oh, I turned off the world music, so I can't hear any of it. I don't get to hear the jukeboxes anymore either. Which explains why I haven't heard any of the music in my house either. I didn't think about that, but alright. Well, all of you enjoy that. Dang. Downside. But oh well. Yep, we're having a pepperoni roll. Now I gotta check. Is there an effect for the pepperoni roll? Pepperoni roll. Restore 1 hit point per second. Carry weight plus 30. Yay. Like real pepperoni rolls, actually. Looking to see, and yep, you can barely see. My health is actually going up there. That's cool. All right, what else do we have? Duchess Dram. Let's see what that does. Aside from the obvious, I don't have my Addictol with me. This could be bad. All right, status Duchess Dram. Restore. Oh, intelligence -2. Nice. Started to say restore something. Let's see. 1. So there's the big one, the 25 out of 25. That's good. There's that. We got 2 more now. Vodka. This can't end well. Strength +2, match hit points, intelligence -1. Alright, here we go. Last one. What do we do? Do I have anything different? Oh, the alcohol lager, yeah. There's a daily. Now I'm surprised I'm still standing. Like, they should have it. You know how, I don't know if you've seen, but if you do the Nucleoshine thing, if you drink Nucleoshine, things will go Technicolor. You will pass out. You'll, like, teleport around the wasteland, and then you'll wake up somewhere random, right? You know, it has a, shall we say, profound effect on you. Yeah. Sacrificed a lot of intelligence today. But anyway, and there's that. Cool. Keep going, keep going. Oh, man. Yep, keep going. A little more. Another one. Little boost. Nope. All right. But they should do that with any alcohol, frankly. Like, if you're drinking that much. Yeah, sure, let's do this. It's nearby. Not going to make... I'm not going to go to grams thing, I don't think. But we'll do one of these. Although these can be nasty too. I don't know. This might be a bad idea. But yeah, so if you drink as much as my character just did, you should also suffer the same effects as 1 shot of Nucleoshine. Bunny, run. This is not where you want to be. Ah, that's a lovely fashion combo. Might get a legendary out of this, too. Honestly. Load up again. Unfortunately, people run out to the perimeter on this thing. And so by the time, nothing makes it back to the camp. So you then also have to run out to the perimeter if you actually want to get anything. Get the chicken. It's a prime chicken. Pardon. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't so bad. And actually, for that one in particular, using the Tesla rifle, I think worked out pretty well. Speaking of wolf meat, I think I'm still carrying some around I don't want. Yeah. Only 3. That's not good. That means I can't, even if I wanted to do Ram's thing right now, I can't. Or I could. I'm just not going to get very much for it. Yeah, there's one going on. Let's see if we can get in on the end of this one. Pardon. Probably want to switch guns. Woo! Oh, it's a little guys. Where are y'all shooting at? Here comes a bear. There's a bear up here, right? Woo! There it is. That kind of sucked. That, like, here, I'm going to go up and shoot it, and then, instead, it, like, bursts out. Anyway, I guess I got some hits in. Like, time's frozen for a second, and then you get that, kind of like with the robots we've been seeing today, where you get this burst of acceleration in time. And everything that's been trying to do in the last 5 seconds happens in, like, fraction of a second, including smacking you around. Ugh, where is it? Yeah, we're down to the honeybees. I just blanked out entirely there for a second. Yeah, my fatigue level's getting too high. Gotta get this done. Move on. Ooh, hi. Again with the freezing. Where is it? Where? Oh, right there. It's dead. I still need to figure out what these other things can be used for. Okay. How much did I... Oop! How much stuff did I get that time? I love that gun. Maybe the best legendary I've made yet. Oh, there we go. I thought there were some bits I hadn't actually scavenged yet. There we go. Okay, well, how about one more? Then how much, prime meat? 7. So if I can get another one, get at least 3 more, that'll tick a couple more boxes for the day. Just hang out here for a few minutes. Oh, wait. Where? Where was it? Oh, there. Like, I don't know where I'm picking that up from, but okay. I will take even more stim packs and stuff. Have a little snack while we wait. Gonna irradiate myself, but that's fine. Oh, I keep forgetting that. I gotta do that before the next one. Like right as it starts. Suffering from lockjaw. Yeah, that's no good. I literally... Oh, there they are. Is it just me or were those not showing up? Pardon. I'll do a little cooking here too. Anything there? Probably. Yep. And now we just wait. Well, lockjaw doesn't seem to be affecting my... I can't move to a better spot here. I'm stuck. What the heck happened? There we go. I was going to say that the lock joint does not seem to be affecting my picking skills, so can't be that bad. I gotta wonder, the verdant season, beginning, ending, whatever. Like, what is that even for? I've never seen that. I've never seen that have an impact on anything in the game. Like, what purpose does it serve? Are there things that you can find more or less often in different seasons? Like, nothing looks different from what I can tell. I've never noticed any differences in what you see or find. Like, oh, here we go. Same spot. Yeah, this works. How are we doing there? Yeah, we're doing fine. We're doing good. So now, go down and make the noise. Have some of that stuff that increases experience. Oh, wait just a minute here. They'll show up. So hopefully that's enough, because that's all I'm doing. Okay, quickly. 10 meat stew. There we go. The bears have appeared. Here they come. Ooh, I wanted a legendary. I got one. He done now, though. Zowie. Wow. Okay. I literally just said Zowie wow. Appropriate, though. There are a few legendaries here. Other people, please come to the event. This is intense. Wow. It doesn't always happen like this. Get away. I'm taking care of this guy right now. What do you mean more are coming? I haven't dealt with these yet. Yep, more bears. Never what you want to have to say. I'm like, I hear more bears. Where are they? Woof. Woof. Crazy. That was about as intense as I've ever seen that particular phase of things. Yep, I got you. More bears all at once than I've seen before also. But you normally see bears at this event, but whoop, not this many. How we doing? Yeah, okay, well there goes my ammo. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, I'll take that. Spring. Ah. Thank you. Get off! Get out of my face! I hate that. Get out of here! Shoo! Go on. Leveled up again. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Not surprised in the least. Okay, switch guns. I'm hitting the switch guns button. Now I'm pulling the trigger. Comply. Do the things I'm telling you to do. Being jumped by bees left and right. Also, nothing you ever want to have to say. Pardon. That is so much stuff. Seriously. I don't know what to cry later. Good grief. Oh. Ouch. And why coming after me in particular, sir? Ugh. I can't grab the right gun. And I'm dead. Yet again, because we're not going there. No, different gun. How many times do I have to hit the button to go to a different gun? I'll pick up the different gun. Oh, Fallout, you failed me there. I'm like mashing the number keys where the different weapons are assigned. And it's like, nah, the one you have with no ammo, that's fine. You just use that one. Excuse me, sir. I said I wanted another gun. You'll give me another gun now. Okay, well, there's that. We did it. Pretty sure I lost some of the legendaries I would have found along the way because the game only keeps around so many things, right? Oh, I didn't want that. You know, so that wave of like 3-star legendaries that came in at the beginning, all gone. You've got to be kidding me. Enough with the bees. Yeah, so I hear a fly pile somewhere, but I can't see where it is. Gadzooks. That was, again, that was pretty intense. Scrap that. Let's cook. Hopefully the person doesn't move their tent while I'm doing this. Easier to do this here than go up the hill, though. And again, because of the events, like trying to duplicate stuff on cooking right now just really doesn't make that much sense. It's not worth the effort. There's like more than enough food to go around. Stick with what you got. End up making more and I just end up with more spoiled. Okay. Well, there the stim packs came in handy. It's the first time I've really needed them in a long time. Alright, so now we go up and wait for Graham's event. What else do we have? Graham's meat coat. Yep, there's that. That's pretty much it. Yeah, so for the day, like if I look at the scoreboard. Oh, different outfit. Let's try that one. Although I'll probably have to go to a... Pardon. I have to go to an armor workbench to make that. For now, let's just go rest. Hang out, chat a little bit. I'll cue up some music. I'm going to try again. I've got the phone hooked up to where I can play some music through my character into the game. You won't hear it on the stream, but people in the game will hear it. And we're going to try... last time I did Tiny Tim's Living in the Sunlight, which to me is perfect barbecue music. Today it's going to be Sunshine, Lollipops, and Rainbows by Leslie Gore. Which also, for a barbecue, I mean, come on. We'll see how people respond. I don't want to be one of those people. I don't want to be like a complete pain to people. But to me, it's meant in fun. I think most people take it that way. It's not like barging in on the game in a way that like takes away from the overall experience otherwise. Pardon. Yep, so now we wait. Oh, I don't even know how long I have to wait here. We could be here a while. If it ends up that it's just taking forever, then I might just kind of end the stream and do this offline. What time is it right now? Just about 6:30. Yeah, I'm going to go off mic. I'll just leave the screen up for right now. I'm not going to do an actual intermission. But I'm going to go grab something to eat really quick. Be right back. I need someone to take out the garbage. We talked about this yesterday. It's way over full now. What? What is it? Garbage? Okay. Hi, you okay? I have headphones and a hood on. I cannot hear much. Okay. All right. Calories ingested. Totally flavorless calories, but calories nonetheless. That's actually pretty cool. It's funny, thinking back to when they first announced 76, one of the things that they talked about was being able to see weather happening on other parts of the map. Like if you look out across the terrain, you would be able to see that it was raining somewhere else and that the clouds might be moving towards you. And it's one of the things I was excited about, that they were putting more thought into making the world seem more, more real, more permanent somehow. And I think that part is kind of paid off, but after everything else that's gone on in the game, it's easy to forget the little details that big details that they put in. The clouds that are moving, they actually look pretty cool. They look pretty, dare I say, realistic. There's the next Primal Cuts event. Oh boy. kind of wish they'd run this one more often. You didn't have to wait around so long. Excuse me. Not much to do in the meantime. I don't know. Anything else going on the map? Got a couple other folks who are just basically wanting to be done with the game. Looking to move on. I could go on a workshop claiming rampage. Just claim a bunch of them and then don't defend. Let's do that. Like, quick as we can. We're just going to claim them, not defend them or anything. Just like, this is mine, and then leave. Other people can... I can't fast travel at this time because I'm sitting down. Whoa, not anymore, though. Off we go. Okay, where are we doing? This way. Guns out. Got my little cap gun. This is now my workshop. Get out. Anyone here? It's not going bloop, so... Oh, okay. Yep, that's mine. All done. Now we go down here. I mean, what do they... It's not like you get an actual penalty for losing the workshops, right? And run. Any little nasty naked dirt weasels? No? Good. Where is the thing even in this one? Oh, good stuff. Down here? I hear it. Where is it? Oh, nope, getting fainter. Up there. Oh, right there. Tells you how often I come to this one. Alright, what enemies? There's someone nearby. Ooh, I can't tell you. Really? Jerk. Okay. I thought the little dot on the map might be someone, but apparently not. All bad guys, line up single file, please. Going out. Just delaying the inevitable. Hello, sir. Is that what all the fuss was about, that one guy? No. Where are the others? This is more than I wanted to do. I wouldn't even call this nearby, really, would you? He's like, nope, I'll leave. Oh, so close. Ooh, grab. Now can I claim the place? Two. Where's number 3? Landfill. Oh, someone already has that one. Let's not do that to them. Bad idea. Let's keeping it up here. They're going to tend to be easier to very quickly grab. That's all I'm interested in. 1? What do you mean 1? What about this one? Did I leave before I actually... I think I left before I actually got it. Well, that bites. Let's try again. It took my caps, I bet. This is not going as planned. Quick job. We'll just go and grab a bunch of them real quick. Real quick like. Try again. This time I'll wait. Why does it take so long? Okay, 2. Now, this one. Oh, Rafted Monster. Interesting. Where am I going? Where is the actual... That way. Okay. So my guess is I probably have to take out the Drafted Monster if I want to claim that one. The other one was being fussy about there being bad guys around, and they were like a million miles away. That guy's probably not going to help. Almost shot you. Yeah, I always forget this one's here. Yeah, we're not doing the defend thing. Sorry, folks. It's lost. Number 3. Didn't even have to kill that guy. awesome. I've come in on other days where other people have done, I think, what I'm doing now, and you see, like, you've got one person who's claimed just tons of stuff around the map, and it's like, what in the heck? What are they doing? And then, yeah, there's a reason for this. Nothing going on here yet. There wasn't. I thought there was another. Oh yeah. Oh, someone already has that one. Dang. Yeah. Oh, the airport. Of course. Let's go here. Run on down to the airport. You get a lot of stuff for claiming things.
Hi again. Everything's fine here. Sarge and I are fine.
Nice. Glad to hear it, kid. Typewriter. Basically, like any upper management team, you run in, you remove resources from the site, and then you leave without explanation. Offering some kind of nominal, congratulatory thing, or keep up the good work. Can I just say, this movement that's going on where you have literally millions of people quitting their jobs because they've been treated like crap, and they're the latest in a multi-generational, words. The latest generation to be treated like crap, but finally, they're like not taking it. They're quitting. They're finding another way through. Kudos to all you folks. This is going to be a rough ride. It can't be easy, but you know what? You are doing outstanding things. It's way past time that we change the labor landscape in America. It has been thoroughly screwed up for a long time. And kudos for whatever, dude. Like, this is not an easy thing. This is not just some sort of principle. It's not like hang on. There have been a lot of movements to try to change behaviors. Like, typically, the things I tend to think about are when you hear about a group that's boycotting some company because that company has done something or espoused some value that they don't like, and so we're just not going to buy. I'm like, good luck with that. Not only is this actually hitting companies where they need to be hit, you are doing it at personal expense, personal risk and expense. It is not an easy thing. It is it's self-sacrificial, and it has the potential for really significant improvement, benefits, better society.
Human, let's play.
Okay, we want to play. Finger painting? Or chop off your fingers and use them to paint? We could do... just bullets in the face. I have no more clever names for games. Play a game of what hurts more? Let's play a game of what exactly was that just fell? Mutant puzzle. I don't know. So I'm probably going to have to do a bunch of cleanup around here. Get rid of super mutants before I can clean it. Clean it? Claim it. But that's okay. I'm going to try anyway. No, I'm serious though. This thing that's going on that just seems to be picking up momentum. It has needed to happen for so long. And yeah, I do. I hope that it actually shows what people can do when they get a line, when they get, another primal cuts. No. There's number 4. Let's go to the lakeside cabins. So I think people in my generation, like me in particular, like some people more than others, but felt very, shall we say, just beholden to the status quo. Like, yes, it sucked, but this is just the way it is. This is why you need a good work ethic. Can't expect companies to just blah, 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 whatever. It's like, yeah, you can. There can be a crap ton more mutuality in the relationship between employers and employees and customers. And it's damn time we started moving there. It's such a weird thing. So many of the, you look around the world, there's so many countries that are dealing with problems where they are, unfortunately, the sorts of things that are being dealt with, and I'm not saying this is right, but they're being dealt with by open conflict. America has these issues that's not a thing. Like, if we went there, last time we went there was the Civil War. And so we've got, people who are openly endangering other people out of self-interest. We have people who are economically screwing people over out of, just self-interest, self-benefit. All these things going on that... Okay, last one. We did it. Where, what are your options to combat those things? Which is why, again, I'm so thrilled to see what people are doing, to see this movement growing. It's kind of like there's a fight to be had, but it doesn't always feel like there's a lot of options for fighting the battles, So, it is a cool thing to see. Jeez, we're getting ready to level up yet again. Why can't I place my cabin, or my tent? Whatever this thing is. I'm just carrying it down the road here. Do I have anything that needs to go in here? I don't think so. I doubt it. Yeah, all the notes and stuff. Boy, a lot of different plans. Yeah, we're not doing any of that, folks. None of that are we doing. Someone else can go in and do it if they want. I'm not doing it. Where's my pop gun? It's more appropriate for these little twerps. Are you on the bus? Hello. You are forever on the bus now. tempted to make another joke about being a modern day landlord. Basically, grabbed all these things, didn't maintain them properly, and then just abandoned them because I got out of them what I needed. Like I said, I'm feeling a whole lot more. Never associated myself with those sorts of views, but these days it's hard not to. Look around, see how things are. It's hard not to get ticked. Pardon. Boing. Whoops. Oh, phooey. Get it. Go. Ugh. Why? I hate this. Like, I can take on giant monsters in an irradiated wasteland. I can't get out of a simple little ditch.
Humans like prizes. Graham like meat. Bring prime meat to meat cook. Graham, give prizes. Graham.
Sure. Where is it, Graham? Where's your place? I always lose track of where it is from here. There it is. Really tempted to shoot him, just because you shoot everything in this game, but that just, there's no reason. All those reminders that I've neglected my properties, they're really annoying. I think I'm going to go in and, yeah, let's just turn those off. There we go. Out of sight, out of mind. A goodie bag. What could be in it? Ooh. Okay, now can we be done? I gotta take 2 minutes here. I will be right back. I hope this doesn't start while I'm gone. Oh. Man. Crappy time to become an alcoholic right before the big company picnic. I'm gonna go off alone to go drink in the woods or whatever. Why we keep this around? What do I hear scurrying around my tent? Okay, now the mic is on. That would have been bad. Hopefully this is going to start pretty soon. I think we're coming up on the hour here. I'm all out of tea again. Here's the thing, if it's still nighttime, I'm not going to play the Sunshine Lollipops. We'll do the Trololo song instead. Is it going on already? Did I miss something? Whoa! Like, I'm right here. Why didn't it actually start up? Oh, this game sometimes. Now I can't see it because all the people on it. This is absurd. Where is it? And it's not listed anywhere. I swear. Genius, you guys. This is brilliant. Carefully. And how I fast travel. That's even better. Is it going? Like, I'm not seeing any stats or anything. Or did I just catch it at the very end? Stupidest thing I've seen yet. Alright, well, on that note, I'm not waiting around for another hour. That was supremely annoying. Whatever. Bethesda, head out your butt. Come on. Not the note I wanted to end on, but, you know, this is the game. We'll go down. I have a couple new plans that I want to take a look at. We'll try out. Jeez. It really gets into my skin. I don't know why. It does, though. It really bugs me. Oh, really? Get out of here. Go on. Who asked you? Mutt. Anything else? I'm not. I heard that. Where are you? All right. Let's load up the machine. I think I hear another wolf coming up.
I wish I could be a scribe instead.
Huh.
First mutants, now scorched. What is this wasteland coming to?
Why not? I will take that one, thank you. Okay. Oh, getting down there again.
You know what they say. Observe nature and the songs will flow.
Is that what they say, really? I've never heard that.
They ran away a day, keeps the mutations at bay.
Okay, there's all that. Let's see. A few things to scrap.
I
And let's go upstairs, grab whatever the Brotherhood guys collected all day.
The origin of these supplies is classified information.
More bone shards. Can't say I'm ever glad to see that. I don't want to know where he's getting them.
You know, the world's kind of amazing. We should stop and take a look.
Alright, there's all that. Oh. Okay. I don't think I'm ready to do that yet, though. Let me check something. That. Yeah, nothing else really. Okay. So let's see, we have outfits. Charmer leather outfit. See what this looks like. Yeah, I like that. We'll try that one out for a while. Come on, camera. There you go. Okay.
There's no time to be upset anymore. Let it all go.
Okay. I think that might be it. We got the stuff upstairs. We loaded the machines. We scrapped all the junk. I'm not selling off all my legendaries today. I'll do that like at the beginning of a stream. I'm going to go and sell off a bunch of junk for caps. Yeah, I think we're good. Actually, I don't know why I came up here. Back over there. We're not doing that today. If I really want to do that, there's another one in my shelter. I'll use that one. Wolf guts everywhere. Let's go up. We'll role play a little bit here. It's been a hard day. Barbecue was a disaster. No one got the time right. Bunch of people who knew didn't say anything about it. People are like, it was over before some of us knew it had even begun. That, and I spontaneously became an alcoholic in the middle of everything. That always sucks. Let's just wash off the day. Alright, I'm just going to leave it there, actually. I'll just guys go to the shower, and that's where we'll pick up again next time. Alright, take care. Thanks for watching, and thank you again for the follows. Have a good start to your week. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you again soon. Bye-bye.